That's very
Oh, well,
coincidental.
that's astonishing.
So it was the 1st of September 2000, so it's really easy to remember.
Well, this is the 1st of September 1990, so it's not, so this is my 31st. Oh. Oh, look, bless.
All the usual drink options are available today, and providing signs of time and tender cricket skills however, tea, toffee and soft drinks, and alcohol beverages will be available from the day. Popcorn sandwiches will also be available from 12. We're also delighted to confirm that the banter restaurant is relocated inside the town bar, serving their delicious cakes, coffees from 2 o'clock. The overall is also delighted now next to the national scoreboard, serving tea, coffee and soft drinks, once again alcohol beverages from 11, and popcorn sandwiches from 12. There's also one record outlet behind the green seats next to the schools. Please note that those until counting ground with cashless trading and all equipment purchases are made by a credit or credit card. Once again, we'd like to thank our partners for our sponsors today. We thank you for your continued support. We're also pleased to be able to invite the lunch and tea meals today. We've got lunch and lunch shop in our marquee next to the store on the roadside around Korea. Remember around 121 local wickets and taps, as well as a large range of further non-local items. Please take the time to check out the marquee next to the store for lunch and tea.
Yeah, it's working perfect, Ethan.
Is it looking tilted or is it alright?
Well, good morning everybody from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Delighted you can join us for commentary, ball-by-ball commentary on the third day's play of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Kent. Ball-by-ball commentary brought to you by the BBC in conjunction with the ECB. BBC Radio's Leicester and Kent. Richard Ray and Matt Cole, your commentators for the game, which is about to resume with Kent in a very strong position indeed. They are 210 for 9 in their second innings. They lead Leicestershire by 333 runs, and that is a lot of runs on a pitch that has been of assistance to the bowlers, particularly the spinners, throughout the first 2 days. Kent made 232 in their first innings. Leicestershire replied with 109. And Kent, as I say, 210 for 9 in their second innings. Out come the two umpires, Chris Watts and Ian Gould. I'm happy to report that the very light sort of mizzle that was around Leicester at 6 o'clock or so this morning has long since dissipated. Although there is a blanket of grey cloud above the ground, it is pretty light and it is dry, and there is every prospect of plenty of play today. We did lose 22 overs, I think it was, last night after bad light caused an early close to proceedings, so we can regain some of those overs today. So there are potentially 104 overs to be played today. Plenty of cricket then in prospect. Leicestershire with it all to do, if they are not so much to save the game with full 2 days to play, as to win it essentially, because if they're still batting tomorrow sometime, then they have a good chance, you would have thought, of going on to win the game. But as I say, there is plenty in the pitch. There's also a gentleman called Darren Stevens at the wicket. Stevens is 55 not out, and he made those runs off just 42 balls yesterday afternoon. Strike rate of 131. James Logan, Kent's number 11, is with him at the moment. Logan took part in a last wicket stand of 68 in Kent's first innings, so no mean hand with the bat, and Stevens anticipating further mayhem perhaps this morning. Ben Mike is going to open the bowling for Leicestershire from the pavilion end. He's in and bowls to Stevens, who's going to get 4 from the very first ball. It was a half volley outside off stump full, and Stevens just leant forward and drove it away through wide extra cover for 4. An ideal start as far as Darren Stevens and Kent are concerned. A nice juicy half volley at 3/4 pace served up outside off stump. Stevens moves on to 59, 214 for 9, the lead 337. You can tweet us, be very pleased if you do so, at Rich M. Ray, R-A-E, or at BBC Kent Sport. You've been getting in touch throughout the game so far, and it's always good to hear from you. The general opinion on social media seems to be that Kent will win the game sometime today. We shall see. Mike is in again and bowls to Stevens, who's going to pick up 4 more as it's short outside off stump, and Stevens on the back foot just deflects it through a roundabout 4th slip, perfectly deliberately down to the third man boundary for 4. So 4s off each of the first 2 balls of the day. Colin Ackermann, Leicestershire's captain, looks less than impressed. 218 for 9. Stevens on to 63 off 44 balls, raised his strike rate to 143, and Kent's lead on to 341. Is this going to be one of those special episodes in Stevens' career? already getting questions on social media. Van Gogh Fox, why hasn't Ed Barnes opened the bowling after his efforts yesterday? Mike is in again, bowl. That's a better delivery, line and length on middle and leg, and defended down the pitch on the onside by Darren Stevens, who's already had to change the field. Colin Ackermann, he's posted a deep backward point in Sam Evans, who was at point previously, and he himself has left second slip and gone to gully, and he's brought Hassan Azad out of first slip into about fourth slip. So, well, almost 2 gullies posted by Leicestershire and no slips for Darren Stevens. 4-4 dot so far as Mike is in, bowls to Stevens, who leaves outside off stump. Again, better delivery from Mike, better length anyway. Damage already done to a certain extent though in this over. Ackermann makes another change to the field. There'll be updates coming for BBC Radio Leicester throughout the morning. Evans comes in from deep backward point. They're going to try and keep Stevens down this end. 2 balls to do that. Mike is in and bowling, and Stevens hits high and long for, I think it travelled all the way for 6. It did. Hello. Well, it is very exciting. We've only had 5 balls so far, and Darren Stevens, a former Leicestershire player, now of Kent, of course, resumed on 55. He hit the first 2 balls of the day 4-4, and he's just hit the 5th for 6 as well. So Kent have made a very good start to the day. They resumed on 210 for 9. They're already on 224 for 9. Stevens has gone on to 69 off just 47 balls. Kent's lead now is 347. There could be another 4. No, it's stopped. That could be the lead that Leicestershire are going to have to chase to try and win the game. It's going to be difficult because the pitch is giving the bowlers a lot of help, though Stevens isn't making it look that way. End of the first over. Kent in their second innings, 224 for 9. Update in mid-over there. Well, what an over that was. 4-4, dot, 6 and dot. And Darren Stevens wanders down and has a word with James Logan, who is probably standing slightly open-mouthed at the other end. He's going to be on strike now to Colin Ackermann. Interestingly, Logan, of course, is a left-hander. Ackermann will be turning it away with his off-spin, away from the left-hander. But an interesting couple of decisions from Colin Ackermann, who was loath to bowl himself yesterday. He's bowled just 2 overs, none for 13, despite the spin that was in the pitch for Callum Parkinson. So Ackermann has 2 slips and a silly mid off as he comes in round the wicket and bowls to Logan, who is forward a little uncertainly. Got over the top of that one though, killed it into the pitch on the offside. Azad, who is the man at silly mid off, fields under the helmet and well padded up, of course. Ackermann is in and bowls and slightly squared up, slightly turns his wrists on that one, James Logan, as he pushes it back down the pitch to the South Africa-born Ackermann. Louis Kimber's at first slip, Will Davis at second. Ackermann is in, edged just wide of Zad. There's a little bit of confusion in the field between Mike and Evans. In the end, Evans is the man who picks up, and Stevens had advanced down the wicket, thought there might be a single in there. Logan had sent him back, and there would have been actually, but what they say, don't run on a misfield. Ackermann pulls Evans a little bit squarer at point, and then he is in again to Logan, who is solidly forward. Just slightly closes his wrists on that defensive push out towards mid-on it goes, intercepted en route by Lewis Hill, running across from mid-wicket. There's no run. Ackermann is in and bowls a quick-ish delivery, turns his wrists on that one as well. Logan, as he defends it comfortably, off middle, out towards square leg. Hill runs across from mid-wicket to pick up. No thoughts of a single in Logan and Stevens' mind, of course. Just one to go. In goes Ackermann and bowls, and Logan with a huge stride gets on top of it, plays it back down the pitch to Ackermann. Has played out the maiden successfully. What will happen in the next over? There's a sort of light sunlight beginning to filter through now, and conditions are pretty decent. Not warm out there. Most of the Leicestershire players and indeed the Kent batsmen have sweaters on, but the light is very good. Certainly, as Matt Cole arrives, having updated BBC Radio Kent alongside me, Darren Stevens seems to be seeing it all right.
Yeah, he's managed this morning. Any question mark about his approach to the morning, I think, has been pretty much settled as well.
There were three lovely shots.
They really were as well, weren't they? They weren't utter slogs. The first one a cover drive, the second one a cut for 4, and the third one a
beautiful straight
drive over the bowler's head for 6. So
Ben Mike has been taken off already by a disgusted Ackermann and Parkinson.
Callum Parkinson then 5 for 41 here, another 1 for a 10 for the match. It's just pushed gently into the onside by Darren Stevens. I was saying on the update for BBC Radio Kent that Kent had so far dominated this game, and as if to emphasise that fast first over from Stevens, who, as you say, seems to be seeing it like an absolute beach ball, started very positively yesterday as well. Parkinson around the wicket, leaves that a whisker away from the off stump. He thought about playing it, made the move forward, and then withdrew the bat. That was very, very close to the off stump. Didn't turn away by very much, did it, that ball from... Goodness me, it's gone on, hasn't it?
Yeah, it might have been the arm ball.
Parkinson then round the wicket. Reverse from Stevens, actually, against the... I'm not sure if he made a contact, but it certainly hit the pads of the wicket-keeper there. We go back to that. There are only 2 kinds of leave. And I suppose that has to go down as a good one, but mighty close. But that next one, reverse attempt from Stevens. Don't think he got any touch from the bat. Hit Swindell's on the pads, the wicket-keeper. Oh, he's feigned the reverse, then gone for an orthodox paddle.
I think it came off the cue, the bottom of the bat
Did
as
it?
well,
Yeah.
right down off the bottom.
So he changed the reverse, changed back, and he's got a single down to backward square leg. Nothing if not entertaining this morning, Darren Stevens, even in cameo. 225 for 9. James Logan, I'm afraid, will pale by comparison with his batting. Not that he isn't a very fine all-round, very fine tail-ender, but Stevens certainly entertaining us.
Well, Parkinson, there'll be a delay before this next ball because just about every fielding position is going to be changed. Long on and long off were out, obviously, for Stevens, but Logan will be absolutely surrounded. Parkinson's going to stay around the wicket to him.
So, ball spinning into the left-hander. Thwacked him on the pad sharply. He pitched outside leg, so there's no big appeal. Goes back, a little bit of gardening there. 225 for 9. Final ball then for Logan. It's really about just seeing this one off and having Stevens have the first, at least, of the 6 the next over. Ooh, he almost hit that for a single. He's turned that into the onside. The left-handed ball coming into him, obviously, and that'll go for backward square. No run, I should say. Sorry, 225 for 9, and it is a lead now of 348 for Kent. Stevens has 70 from 52 balls and has started very swiftly this morning.
I was wondering whether Ackermann would take himself off at the prospect of bowling to Darren Stevens. He isn't going to. He's going to keep going, but he's got a very different field indeed. Long on and long off, both out. Deep mid wicket. Davis is heading out there. Deep backward square. Well, everybody essentially, let's say everybody's on the boundary with the exceptions of Ben Mike, who's at a fairly conventional mid wicket, and Hassan Azad, who is, well, he's walking backwards now. He's on the 45 behind square on the leg side. In goes Ackermann and bowls to Stevens. It clips the pad. Azad scampers across in pursuit. Would have been an easy single in there, but first ball of the over, Stevens and Logan decide to stay where they are. There is a single to be had everywhere. Essentially, even Ben Mike is now retreating from that conventional mid-wicket to a deepish mid-wicket. The men on the leg side, with the exception of Long On, are all about 10, 12 yards inside the ropes. So let's see what happens. And it's a little attempted paddle sweep, a little paddle around the corner by Stevens. Again, he doesn't really get it as he wants it. It runs very fine down towards fine leg. Azad scrambles across, gets there, and once again Stevens and Logan turn down the single. And then they wander down and have a word with each other. What it means, we'll take one off the next, if there is one available, third ball perhaps. Ackermann is in, bowls, Stevens is forward, defending it, out into the offside. Harry Swindles jogs out from behind the stumps to pick up and underarms the ball back to Ackermann. Will Stevens at some stage take him on? Will he wait for the field to come in as Ackermann is in and bowls? Stevens goes back and does take the single off the fourth ball as he just goes back and calmly dabs it out towards mid-wicket. Davis comes jogging in, really. And every fielder now on the move. There's complete change to the field because Ackermann will have two balls at Logan. He will go around the wicket. He will surround Logan with close catches. Everybody else will come in on the one. Just seeing if anybody's out. No, everybody else has come in. Ackermann is in. Bowls. Logan drives pleasantly. It's half stopped, or at least it half hits Azad at Silimadov and rebounds kindly towards Ackermann. Last ball of the over. In he comes past umpire Gould and bowls. Forward goes Logan. He's hit on the pad. One or two arms start to go up into the air. Ackermann's are not among them. That clearly didn't turn enough. Was clearly going on down the leg side. He says waiting for the replay. Yes, it was going on down the leg side, so managed to call that one right for once. End of the over. 226 for 9. The lead 349. Leicestershire will need 350 to win the game if a wicket falls without another run being scored.
Parkinson will continue hands in pockets at the moment. It's not because he's feeling grumpy, I don't think. I think it's more keeping the hands warm out there. That the breeze is actually just lifted. I was going to say it wasn't quite as breezy this morning when I arrived at the ground, but just blowing across the ground now. Left arm round to Stevens. Goes to the sweep. Has he made a contact with it? It has, and that has gone. Is it 6? A flat 6? It is indeed. And
he's apologising to the crowd.
I think the supporter that almost hit has just waved a white handkerchief there. Quite right too. Please stop. That's 6 runs. The pickup is so clean for Stevens.
It's almost one-handed as well, wasn't it? He almost.
It's almost. Yeah, he's taken the bottom hand off, hasn't he? As he's cleared the rope there. 6 for Stevens then. 2-3-2 for 9. 3-5-5. It's astonishing timing. Bat against pad there. Callum Parkinson love it. Harry Swindles isn't giving up. Colin Ackermann looks like he's about to deliver an oratorio there with his arms.
That was a decent shout if it was pad first.
I mean, it was a woody sound, but if it was pad first,
well,
he's in front, isn't he?
Watts decided otherwise, and no one is going to argue with umpire Watts.
No,
we found out this morning.
We've done our research. 77 foot on the ball for Stevens. Swings again. Is it going to be 6 more? It is. That goes over the seats on the leg side, and Stevens, once he's carted him, because it's just such an exquisite shot there. The timing is so good. There's almost no sound off the bat. The steward has retrieved it from behind the seats there. It's not made it out of the ground, but it's certainly made it over the rope for 6. It's a short boundary, that one, certainly, but Stevens targeting it against the spin of Parkinson.
6.6.
Yeah.
Third 6 of the morning for Darren Stevens. 2 4s as well. He's raced on to 83. We're going to get to viewers from all over the world again before too long. I'm sure they're already tuning in. He's doing it again.
He is indeed. 83 for 59 balls now. He's hit 3 6s this morning already. Or is it 4 now? Just gently levers that into the offside on the 4th ball of the day. That single taken. He's played Parkinson better than anybody, I think. Leaning was resolute, but Stevens seems to be. He's been discomforted by a couple of balls from Callum Parkinson.
Parkinson is steaming, isn't he? He's convinced that leg before was out.
Well, that's obviously going to play on his mind as well. The fifth ball of the over to James Logan. Can he clean him up here? No, it's a full-length delivery and blocked out into the offside by Logan, who has a short leg, an orthodox slip and a leg slip for company. And no one's saving the one, that's fair to say. Feels fairly close. Oh no, actually they are going back a little bit now. The forward defensive though from Logan finishes the over 2-3-9-4-9, and it is the end of the over. 84 for Stevens, for Logan. And welcome wherever you're listening today, whatever this day means to you, the 1st of September. If you were listening a little bit earlier when the stream started, you might have found out a couple of details about that, but...
yes, apologies if you did, but there's a couple of wedding anniversaries being celebrated in the commentary box today. So, we've congratulated each other.
I have to say, he's a bit of a catch, Richard, so I'm very proud and happy.
362 the lead. Stevens 84 off 60. A few of you have already been in touch. Delighted to hear from you. Good morning to Andrew Harrison. He's among them as Ackermann goes in, bowls to Stevens, full, driven out to long on, but he's not going to take a single off the first ball. Sam Evans picks up and throws it back to Ackermann. Morning, says Andrew, enjoying the commentary, including the architectural digressions, as Ackermann goes in, and he's going to look for two here, Stevens, as he goes back, turns it out to mid-wicket. They're going to go straight away. They're going to make it comfortably. Davies comes in and throws, sort of annoyed, really. He knew that he wasn't going to get anywhere near running the fielders out. Ackermann gives him a little bit of a look. It runs all the way through to right, almost on the boundary on the other side, but no chance for Logan to turn round. Two taken by Stevens, and good work, really, by Stevens and Kent. They knew what they were going to do there and went for it straight away, and Logan made his ground comfortably. Ackermann is in. Stevens cuts and he gets a top edge down towards third man. He won't take the run as Kimber fields on the boundary. Andrew says he's glad he's not the only one who struggles with the Les Ames scoreboard. Like myself, I've never quite been able to read it. But he says this pitch is an excellent sporting pitch as Ackermann goes in, bowls full and clipped by Stevens calmly, coolly, collectedly out to long gone, and this time he takes the single, moves on to 87 off 64 balls. Kent 242 for 9. They came together with the score on 200 when Nathan Gilchrist was bowled by Callum Parkinson. So James Logan has been part of partnerships worth over 100 now in this game. So Ackermann has two balls at Logan, who is surrounded. He goes around the wicket and bowls. Logan goes back and calmly turns it out towards mid-wicket, where Lewis Hill picks up.
It's a very good point. Logan has been a more than adequate foil, hasn't he, for those other batsmen joining him, Stevens and Leaning previously.
Ackermann goes in. He goes back to a slightly short of a length ball, plays it firmly down into the pitch. It is fielded by Azad, thrown towards Ackermann, who sort of lifts his heel at the ball like a sort of footballer in the warm-up, clipping it around. They just look a little bit hands on hips out there at the moment. Ian Gould has come across to talk to umpire Watts. I'm not sure what it's about. Yes, we were just saying about umpire Watts, but we just looked up his background. He's a former Royal Marine, trained in Arctic warfare. He was a long period with the Norfolk Constabulary. And there's all sorts of... Put it this way, you wouldn't dispute too much, you wouldn't have thought, his decisions. But he's having a word with Callum Parkinson at the moment. Ben Mike is running towards us, towards long off.
Yeah, Parkinson round the wicket then to Stevens, who goes for that slog sweep again. That's gone even higher, if anything, and that looks like it might have gone out of the ground. That is 6 runs. The steward, is pointing over the concrete fence there.
Into the nets.
Yeah, and that is 6 runs from Stevens. And Parkinson's mood, having very much been the pick of the bowlers throughout this match, will not have been improved. He had a big shout for an LBW in the previous over. Umpire Watts adjudging it hit the bat first before the pad. So another steward is
in the nets. I can see the orange coat
going
in
through
there.
the nets. Yeah,
Here he comes.
This is going to be a bit of a
throw.
throw.
Go on.
Aspiring cricketer, maybe
I think
not.
he's coming back through the gates.
It's probably sensible.
Yeah.
I saw one of those internet memes, or a meme or whatever, clips the other day of a gent trying to get a ball back into the, I can't remember which cricket ground it was, but it had gone out of the grounds, and I think it was a spectator coming in and trying to throw it over the fence and failed twice, and then just walked off after catcalls and cheers from the crowd. So
here he comes.
Good man. He's gone to get it, and Stevens is now on 93 from 65 balls.
Do we think, is that 5 sixes or 4 sixes? I think it's 5 sixes this morning, isn't it?
Yeah, he hit one yesterday, didn't he? It was the only one of the match so far. So yeah, I think it is 5.
Morning, Sean the brewer, who's brewing an orange peel wheat beer today while listening to us describe another Steve-O masterclass. Splendid, he says.
Splendid on both parts. It sounds very refreshing indeed.
Morning to Springsteen, who's on a balcony where the temperature is 29 degrees centigrade. Perfetto cricket weather, he says.
So it's 5 in total, it says on the stats here, Stephen. So he goes for that shot again. It'll be the same result, and it'll hit the trees this time. Leaves coming down from one of the rowan trees, and that steward is at the moment the most active fielder on the ground. It's 250 up for Kent. Stevens is on to 99. He's hit the first 2 balls from Callum Parkinson for 6, and he is closing in seemingly inexorably as the field now comes in, of course, to Darren Stevens to try and psych him out of that 100th run. He looks, I have to say, pretty much unperturbed. It's a 54-run partnership as well. And Stevens is a run away from his 3rd century of the season. And there were worries that his powers with the bat were waning in the last couple of seasons, hasn't been timing the ball as well. He restructured his batting, had a really good think about it in the winter, and, well, even if he gets the 99 here, it has been a very fine summer with the bat for Stevens. So Parkinson hoping maybe the nervous 99 might get him here. Stevens goes, cuts it away, and that'll be 4 runs through the offside, the longest part of the ground, and Darren Stevens has 100 for Kent, 103 for him from 67 balls, and he's hit 3 consecutive boundaries, 6-6-4 to bring it up off Callum Parkinson, who's been the absolute pick of the bowlers throughout this match. Darren Stevens, congratulations to him, and not just waving his bat at the dressing room, but all around the ground. Well loved, of course. A Leicester boy, calls Kent his home now. But that's his 3rd century of the season. Darren Stevens, 2-5-8 for 9, and Kent lead by 381. This man is a nonsense of a cricketer, absolutely. He's ripped up all the expectations of what a 45-year-old can do in the county championship.
84 of his runs scored in boundaries, 12 fours and 6 sixes.
And Parkin's determined, of course, he defends the next one. He's got the excitement over now, Darren Stevens. But a lead of 381 as well. And you said it this morning, hadn't you, Richard, that you thought that Stevens was obviously capable, but the way he was hitting the ball last night, seeing it so cleanly, and there seems a good deal less threat from the Leicestershire bowling attack today. Obviously the ball is nearly 60 overs old.
Just a reminder, he gave not a simple chance, but a big chance on 40 when Chris Wright and Louis Kimber left it to each other.
Here's Parkinson outside the off stump, very wide. Stevens thinks about the single. It's too close to go for. And it's a direct hit as well, and that'll be overthrows. And will they take the single? They may well get the 4 there, in fact. So it's going to be Logan on strike for the next over. But a shy at the stumps. I mean, had they run, it would have been perfect, because Stevens would have been run out at this far end, but they haven't.
They hadn't run.
No.
So why shy at...
I said it was the perfect throw if they had, because it hit the stumps straight on, but it's clipped the stumps, got away for a boundary. So it's another 4. It just feels a bit loose, doesn't it? There's absolutely no point in it at that point.
Sorry, that was brainless
with no one
cricket.
backing up. Yeah.
To hurl it at the bowler's end, Parkinson, no chance of fielding it, hit the stumps. But the batsman had gone nowhere and rebounded, that nobody sort of, down to third man for 4. So I don't quite understand, but anyway. Ackermann could have 6 balls at James Logan here. In he goes and bowls. Logan is forward, getting to the pitch of it. Back up the pitch it goes to Ackermann, who looks thoroughly cheesed off with life at the moment, Colin Ackermann. And not over delighted with some of the cricket his side has been playing. In he goes and bowls down the leg side, and Logan goes back, tries to whip it away, doesn't get anything on it. Swindles takes it, takes off the bails, but Logan was deep in his crease, so no chance of a stumping. 2 slips and a silly mid-off for James Logan, who gets a delivery from Ackermann. He's forward, thick outside part of the bat as he pushes it back up the pitch to Colin Ackermann. Parkinson's figures have been done an awful lot of damage in the last couple of overs. Ackermann is in and bowls. Logan was looking, I suspect, to leave it there, and then very late on the front foot he sort of seemed to dab down on it. Whether it actually bounced up and hit the blade of the bat, either way it bounced a couple of times on its way to Will Davis at second slip. Ackermann is in and bowling, and it goes through and hits James Logan and bounces up a little bit, and that is a painful blow as he plunged forward, and not much sympathy being shown by the Leicestershire players. Stevens wanders down to see if the young man is alright. His eyes are watering, but he's, I'm sure, okay. But that was a painful one, sending his fielders back a little bit. Ackermann looking to give Logan a single that he is most unlikely to take off the last ball. In he goes. Ackermann bowled him! Logan went back, it just turned enough and has knocked his off stump out of the ground. So, what a morning it has been though for Kent so far, and in particular for Darren Stevens. They are all out for 262, 52 runs added this morning in less than half an hour, nearly all scored by Darren Stevens, who has moved from 55 not out to 107 not out. An astonishing innings from an astonishing cricketer.
Yeah, just when you think you've seen it all from Darren Stevens, you most definitely haven't. And applause as he comes off the ground as well and raises the bat, as well he might. He'll be very pleased with that indeed. He won't particularly care about his average, but it's a red inker as well for Darren Stevens as he goes off. And you say it's a stunning stat, 52 runs. Richard, in less than half an hour. Kent this morning, exactly what they wanted really. They want to get on with the game. Perfect man to be out there doing it. Stevens seeing it bigger than anybody has done during this game. We wait to see if the pitch is less lively than it was. The light roller is coming out. Parkinson finishes, well, for him, disappointingly with just the 5 for 75, you might say, because a 6 would have given him 10 wickets for the match so far. Ackermann gets his first, 1 for 17, 5 for 75, Parkinson. Update BBC Radio Kent.
And Leicestershire's target will be 386 to win the game. There'll be obviously a sort of 10-minute break between innings. The light roller is going up and down the pitch, so we'll let you make a quick cup of tea and a biscuit digest Darren Stevens' astonishing innings, which where if Leicestershire did entertain any real hopes of chasing this down, half an hour has done them a rather great deal of damage. Just don't want to worry you too much. There's a couple of sort of heftier grey clouds coming overhead at the moment, but the light is still okay, and we should be fine. Just having a quick look at on my weather app. No rain at all is being shown. Grey cloud all day, but essentially dry. So fingers crossed it should blow over fairly quickly. 386 to win for the Foxes. They will start in a few minutes' time, and look forward to rejoining you in a few minutes' time. Yeah, no worries. And he's in and bowls to Stevens, who's going to get 4 from the very first ball. It was a half volley outside off stump, full, and Stevens just leant forward and in again and bowls to Stevens, who's going to pick up 4 more. It's short outside off stump, and Stevens on the back foot in and bowling, and Stevens hits high and long for, I think it travelled all the way for 6. It did.
Burns goes to the sweep as he made a contact with it. It has, and that has gone. Is it 6? A flat 6? It is indeed. And the ball for Stevens swings again. Is it going to be 6 more? It is. That goes over the seats on the leg side. Down the wicket then to Stevens, who goes for that slog sweep again. That's gone even higher, if anything, and that looks like it might have gone out of the ground. That is Stevens. So he goes for that shot again. It'll be the same result, and it'll hit the trees this time. Leaves coming down from one of the rowan trees, and Stevens goes, cuts it away, and that'll be 4 runs through the offside, the longest part of the ground. And Darren Stevens has 100. Here's Parkinson outside the off stump, very wide. Stevens thinks about the single. It's too close to go for. And it's a direct hit as well, and that'll be.
Bowled him! Logan went back, it just turned enough and has knocked his off stump out of the ground. So, what a morning it has been though for Kent so far, and in particular for Darren. Off just 70 balls, 13 fours and 6 sixes. 5 of them hit this morning. Callum Parkinson finishing with 5 for 75, but very much the initiative with Kent. They've set Leicestershire a target of 386 to win the game. We're just getting a very brief, hopefully, shower that wasn't forecast at all, but fingers crossed we'll be restarting again in a few minutes' time when Leicestershire really do, I'm afraid, Eddie, have it all to do. And he's in and bowls to Stevens, who's going to get 4 from the very first ball. It was a half volley outside off stump, full, and Stevens just leant forward and in again and bowls to Stevens, who's going to pick up 4 more. It's short outside off stump, and Stevens on the back foot in and bowling, and Stevens hits high and long for, I think it travelled all the way for 6. It did.
Burns goes to the sweep as he made a contact with it. It has.
next to the actual picture. In goes Barnes and bowls fullish and clipped away through mid-wicket for 4. Really nice shot from Steve.
Coming quite swiftly across the ground. Cut away from Stevens, that's 4 runs. I'm just wondering if Parkinson is having trouble gripping, and that
is in, and he has found that gap. He's driven Barnes out to the extra cover boundary for 4. Just going
for us for a bit.
Barnes is in. Lovely drive from Stevens. It was a bit of a half volley, but Stevens, his eyes almost lit up. In goes Barnes and bowls, and Stevens hits him high over mid on. It's bouncing 1, 2, 3, 4 times, then rolls over the swapping around. In goes Barnes and bowls. Stevens goes for the big drive, gets a thick outside edge. It's going to run down.
Run into bowl, he's up to the wicket, and that's a huge strike from Darren Stevens going out towards deep mid-wicket. 2 fielders converge. Up to the wicket he bowls, and that's driven, and that's going to be 4 through the covers as well. Stevens to the wicket he bowls, it's short and it's pulled for 4. Crikey, that was hit hard. I think there was only 1 or 2 bounces.
He's in and bowls to Stevens, who's going to get 4 from the very first ball. It was a half volley outside off stump full, and Stevens just leant forward and in again and bowls to Stevens, who's going to pick up 4 more as it's short outside off stump, and Stevens on the back foot.
Stevens goes, cuts it away, and that'll be 4 runs through the offside, the longest part of the ground, and Darren Stevens has 100. Here's Parkinson outside the off stump, very wide. Stevens thinks about the single. It's too close to go for. And it's a direct hit as well, and that'll be...
No question about it. It's tricky now for the bowlers. In goes Barnes and bowls and hit over mid-wicket by in and bowling, and Stevens hits high and long for... I think it travelled all the way for 6. It did.
Burns goes to the sweep as he made a contact with it. It has, and that has gone. Is it 6? A flat 6? It is indeed. And... the ball for Stevens, swings again. Is it going to be 6 more? It is. That goes over the seats on the leg side. On the wicket then to Stevens, who goes for that slog sweep again. That's gone even higher, if anything, and that looks like it might have gone out of the ground. That is Stevens. So he goes for that shot again. It'll be the same result, and it'll hit the trees this time. Leaves coming down from one of the rowan trees. And Perhaps on the bats. Oh, it's another great delivery. He's gone. Bowled him. Came off the stump. I thought it had perhaps come off the pad or the bat, but no.
Bowls, and it's a decent shout for leg before, and he's gone. Umpire Gould thought about it for a long time, but Joe Denley
readies himself. Slow jog into the wicket. Oh, edged and gone. First slip.
Barnes is in, and Bowles edged, caught behind. He has got Billings with his very first ball and bowled him off stump. Little bit of movement for Ed Barnes, and it was too good for Ollie Robinson. Lovely ball, and he's taken the edge, and he's gone. Leaning has edged it, and Ackermann has taken a very simple. Barnes 4 for 61 as he comes in and bowled him. He's bowled Grant Stewart, who went back again. That could be a shout for leg before he's got his man. Forward went Milnes tentatively. It was possibly the arm ball. Went him. Parkinson has picked up his 5th wicket of the innings. Gilchrist reached for, bowled him. Logan went back, it just turned enough and has knocked his off stump out of the ground. So, what a morning it has been though for Kent so far, and in particular for Darren. Right is in, bowling, driven away through the covers by Crawley. Wasn't quite at the pitch of it, and it was in the air for a few feet.
Going on, Davis too. Crawley whips that away on the full. That's 4 runs. And, well, you're not going to get the pitch in play if you
reasonably quickly and start building that first innings lead. In goes right, back foot, defensive shot, and it's gone straight through.
Yeah. It's been good full toss, and that's dealt with. Actually, Fielder looks got an arm to it or a hand to it. That's gone for 4, but
as in goes right and bowls slightly short, gets up on his toes and steered neatly by Jordan Cox away down in. Bowls edged, attempted pull, and I think he edged it. He did edge it, Crawley. It was an extraordinary shot. He advanced. Right is in, bowls steered away down to third man for 4 by Cox.
Denny's aggressing him over the top, just over the top. Hasn't middled it, but it may go for 4. It is indeed. The chase not given up.
As Mike goes in and bowls slashed away. It was width and almost off the front foot. Denley there crashed it away. At the other end comes in and bowls to Cox, who's looking, I thought, to leave there initially. He started to lift the bat. I think it hit the face of the players as Mike comes in. Big puff of dust as he drives Denley, and he's got it past mid-on. I thought Davis was going to get there. It all seemed to happen. Is in and bowls to him, and he clips him away nicely through square leg. Umpire Watts is startled, has to get out of the way. A little bit short, and he can go back leaning and whip it away. Off leg stump down through backward square to the square leg. And Leaning's going to possibly pick up 4 runs again there as he steered it away through gully down towards the wide third man boundary. Hassan has
Bowls now, lots of air on that one. It's a full toss and steered through the offside by Jack Leaning 4-4. He has not made a mistake on that. Ackermann to Leaning. Again, it's full, and that one's been given the treatment as well. Pulls it away. Goodness me, that's 4 runs. What a shot that is. Muscled by Sam Billings, much as we saw. Billings driving back past the bowler, that's 4 runs. Full this time, and Billings timing it perfectly once more. Wright kept low through slip there. Wright looks disgusted with that. Billings certainly finer than he'd want to play.
Is in and bowls driven. It was wide and full, and Robinson tucked in and drove it away past next to the actual picture. In goes Barnes and bowls fullish and clipped away through mid wicket for 4. Really nice shot from Steve.
Coming quite swiftly across the ground. Cut away from Stevens, that's 4 runs. I'm just wondering if Parkinson is having trouble gripping, and that
is in, and he has found that gap. He's driven Barnes out to the extra cover boundary for 4. Just going. No question about it. It's tricky now for the bowlers. In goes Barnes and bowls and hit over mid-wicket by Steve.
For us for a bit.
Barnes is in. Lovely drive from Stevens. It was a bit of a half volley, but Stevens, his eyes almost lit up. In goes Barnes and bowls, and Stevens hits him high over mid on. It's bouncing 1, 2, 3, 4 times, then rolls over the swapping around. In goes Barnes and bowls. Stevens goes for the big drive, gets a thick outside edge. It's going to run down.
Run into bowl, he's up to the wicket, and that's a huge strike from Darren Stevens going out towards deep mid-wicket. 2 fielders converge. Up to the wicket he bowls, and that's driven, and that's going to be 4 through the covers as well. Stevens, the wicket he bowls, it's short and it's pulled for 4. Crikey, that was hit hard. I think there was only 1 or 2 bounces.
It right up. Logan has clipped it away, and that might run away for 4. It will. Down towards deep backward square stroke wide long. He's in and bowls to Stevens, who's going to get 4 from the very first ball. It was a half volley outside off stump full, and Stevens just leant forward and in again and bowls to Stevens, who's going to pick up 4 more as it's short outside off stump, and Stevens on the back foot in and bowling, and Stevens hits high and long for, I think it travelled all the way for 6. It did.
Burns goes to the sweep as he made a contact with it. It has, and that has gone. Is it 6? A flat 6? It is indeed. And the ball for Stevens swings again. Is it going to be 6 more? It is. That goes over the seats on the leg side. Down the wicket then to Stevens, who goes for that slog sweep again. That's gone even higher, if anything, and that looks like it might have gone out of the ground. That is Stevens, so he goes for that shot again. It'll be the same result, and it'll hit the trees this time. Leaves coming down from one of the rowan trees, and Stevens goes, cuts it away, and that'll be 4 runs through the offside, the longest part of the ground, and Darren Stevens has 100. Here's Parkinson outside the off stump, very wide. Stevens thinks about the single. It's too close to go for. And it's a direct hit as well, and that'll be overthrows. And will they take the single? They may well get the 4 there, in fact. So it's going to be Logan on strike.
Is it? Yeah. Oh, it might not be actually. Oh, no, no, no.
Yes, indeed. No, I just switched off the effects mic because obviously we're off at the moment, and I've popped it back on. Glad to say the covers are coming off. We've had a short shower which has prevented the restart of play after Kent were bowled out this morning for 261, an astonishing innings from Darren Stevens, once of Leicestershire. Of course, he hit 107, not out of just 70 balls, 13 fours and 6 sixes, all of which means that Leicestershire have a target of 386 once play restarts in about 5 minutes' time. Well, hello again from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. We're about to restart on this third morning of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Kent. A little bit of a rain delay between the end of the Kent second innings, all out in the end for 261, with Darren Stevens a remarkable 107 not out of just 70 balls, 13 fours and 6 sixes for Mr. Stevens. 8 overs have been lost, which means there are still 86 remaining to be bowled today. The 8 overs that have been lost to that unexpected little sort of miserly shower, the 8 overs that would have been added on for the loss of 20 odd overs yesterday to bad light. So essentially, if you look at it from one point of view, no overs have been lost today, really. Still look as though we're going to try and get 96 in the day. So, 2 umpires heading back out to the middle, Chris Watts and Ian Gould. Kent warming up below us, Darren Stevens. What's the betting, Leicestershire supporters, that Darren Stevens will follow up that remarkable unbeaten century with a few wickets as well? He's getting arms round his shoulders from one of or two of his Kent teammates. Nathan Gilchrist, the tall Nathan Gilchrist, one of those. He was fed up with himself, Darren Stevens, the way he bowled in the first innings. Just didn't feel he bowled with any real consistency by his standards. The odds are that he will bowl with some consistency this time around. The 2 Leicestershire openers heading out to the middle, Sam Evans and Hassan Azad. The Foxes will be absolutely determined to give a better account of themselves with the bat than they did in their first innings, when they were all out for just 109, with one of the bowlers really, or bowling all-rounder if you like, Ed Barnes, the top scorer with just 22 not out. And it looks as though, I would assume it's going to be Matt Milnes is going to open the bowling for Kent from the Bennett end. Yes, it is. The cloud is still around, but the floodlights, good news, haven't come on, which is a good sign. The umpires haven't told Leicester to switch on the floodlights, so for the time being there are no light issues. And Mr. Milnes, who, to be quite honest for me, was the pick of the bowlers in Kent's bowling attack in Leicestershire's first innings, will indeed open, and his efforts will be described by Mr. Matt Cole.
Thank you, Richard. 4 slips in for Kent then. It's Cox, Crawley, Leaning and Robinson, the quartet to the left of Sam Billings. Crouches down now as Milnes comes into bowl to Hassan Azad, leaves outside the off stump. Maybe just a little bit of a movement forward, but definitely took the bat back and through. A bit of movement across the left hander there, but wide enough so Azad could leave it, and leave it on length as well. None for none. Decent start though.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking exactly that, pretty much on the money from ball 1, as he was in the first innings.
Yeah, definitely not a loosener, that one. It's one that Azad had to think about. First up from the Bennett end, then bowls to him. That's down the leg side, not far. It's a 4 stump line down the leg side, taken by Billings. Again, just that little bit back of a length from Milnes, who's, there we are, 2 balls in. He's already scuffing at the foot marks there, so he can get a proper grip. Goes back towards Bennett's end. Nicknamed Mad Dog by his teammates. He is, I said this before, off the field, he's just the nicest.
So it's one of those opposite
quietest.
sort of nicknames.
He really
isn't it,
is, yeah.
Sort of like lofty for a small man.
But but he certainly gets his dander up when he's bowling. There's no doubt about that. To Azad outside at the off stump. But yeah, it may well be one of those, as you say, it's completely contrary. But he's not above giving the batsman a bit of a stare. Not seen a Milnes send off, that's for sure. But a bit of a glower every now and then. Gets a bit of pace up. Lots of emails come in this morning. We were transfixed by the action, so I do apologise if I didn't get to those early enough. And a couple from last night, actually, when we were rained off, lighted off, darked off, when we thought we were going to be. So I'll try and get to a few of those as well. Milnes to Azad again. It's getting some good bounce outside off stump, but that does mean that Azad.
I like his action too. It's quite fluid, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks.
It's quick. You know, he runs in quickly, but it's good when a bowler sort of follows through almost to the batsman. It implies it doesn't just imply it denotes a certain sort of fluidity and movement through the crease. There's nothing too jerky about it. It doesn't look like there's too much can go wrong or touch wood, result in injury. So.
Yeah, they call it repeatable, don't they? As he bowls outside the off stump. That's coming back a little bit, but it's a good leave again from Azad, confidently done as well outside the off stump. 5 dot balls so far. So Bruce joining us on kentcricket@gmail.com. So my first visit to Grace Road for a Leicestershire Kent game saw Darren Stevens come in at 5 or 6. Transfers I have known. Bruce heads this email. For the home team, I should say, Leicestershire. Darren played for Leicestershire at that team. He had a certain reputation as a promising bat, but after a few really nice shots, got himself out. Kent saw something in him. What was it? Says Bruce. Here's Milnes then to Azad, turned to the onside, and there is no run. Gets bat on this last one. It's forced to by Milnes, a maiden over to start the Leicestershire second innings, needing 386 to win. As I've said before, Bruce, when David Fulton is back on the microphone with BBC Radio Kent, I think he'll be with us for the final game of the season. He will tell you in absolute in fullness and give you the full story. We'll enjoy hearing it once again as well, I'm sure, of how Darren Stevens came to come to Kent under Mr. Fulton's recommendation as well. But yes, he was just a promising cricketer, part of the Leicestershire squad and part of the Leicestershire squad that won the T20 as well at that time. He's closing in on the finals day, but yeah, he's come some way since, Bruce, it's fair to say, isn't he?
He's going to be bowling the second over of this Leicestershire second innings. Darren Stevens from the pavilion end, and he's going to be bowling to Sam Evans. Just the 3 slips where Milnes had 4, but he also has a shortish point. In he goes and bowls a little nibbly outswinger as ever to Sam Evans, who steps forward, lifts his bat over the line of the ball, taken by Billings behind the stumps. 3 slips and, I was going to say, a gully. He came walking in there, Gilchrist, but he's been sent back by Sam Billings. He took his own initiative there. He said, I'm going to go in and field that gully. Billings said, no, you're not. In goes Stevens and bowls a gentle little outswinger that draws Evans forward on the walk and takes the thick outside edge and squirts out. He just almost couldn't help himself there, Evans. It was so gentle, that one, and he was on the move forward and almost walked into the shot in the end. Got away with it. Is that Leaning who's at that short sort of point position, an odd position really? Billings watches as in goes Stevens and beats the outside edge, or was the bat tucked deliberately behind pad on that forward defensive shot from Sam Evans, played down the line of off stump?
It's Robinson who's at that position there. We almost had a false slip again, didn't we? But he's
just going in for a chat.
Just chatting, but Leaning at 3rd slip, I think. Yes,
Robinson it's an odd sort of. It is a catching position. 3 strips back as Stevens is in. Drops that one a little bit short. Is that the first run? No, it's not. Evans just turns it to short leg. He's interested in the possibility of a single. Hassan Azad isn't, probably wisely.
Yeah, so the 3 slips there. It's Cox, Crawley and Leaning. It's actually Logan at that slightly backward point, then Robinson, Denley at mid-off, Stewart at mid-on, Gilchrist at mid-wicket, and Milnes backward square.
Stevens is in, stays back this time. Evans dabs it out toward the aforementioned Logan. However, it's intercepted en route by Robinson running across his line, picks it up, throws it to Leaning, who
It feels like,
sends it around the outfield.
sorry to interrupt, it just feels like Darren Stevens is trying to loosen himself up a little bit. He's done 1 or 2 sort of high kicks to get the left leg limber, just warming up.
In he goes and bowls outside off stump, an outswinger which Evans steps forward and leaves. That is the end of the over. A maiden from Darren Stevens. It was all there or thereabouts. I still probably would say that he will say that he still hasn't quite found that rhythm that eluded him, he said, in the first innings. He's jogging on down towards to get his sweater and cap now. Just trying.
No, he's just coming off the field, yeah.
Change his
Marcus
boots,
Arena's
maybe.
gone on. Maybe so, yeah.
Change his boots, maybe. So, 0 for 0 after 2 overs, Leicestershire still need 386 to win the game.
They do indeed. They've got plenty of time, so they don't need to.
Yeah,
Gonna move on to
84 overs today, and however many tomorrow.
Well,
so.
quite indeed. At the moment, it's pleasant out there, it looks like. Wind's dropped a little bit, and not exactly bright, but lighter than it's been for a lot of the game. Bouncer from Milnes. Azad just ducks underneath that one, and there's no run. Kester on the emails. Morning, Kester. I've missed this one, obviously, when you sent it. Will the Darren get another ton? Well, the answer was yes. He said, morning, Matt and Richard. It happens to be our daughter's birthday 35 years ago today, so it's important in our family as well. Well, happy birthday to her. Come on, the Darren, he said. Kester from Hungary, from Budapest, listening to us once again as this next ball. I was too busy reading the emails. I'm going to admit that, Richard. You'll have to describe that ball for me.
It was a good delivery that was quite well played by Azad in the end. Milnes just found the edge of Azad's bat on just outside off stump. Azad, though, played it with soft hands, and although it bounced towards third slip, it actually bounced a couple of times before Leaning made the stop.
And that's why I would never make a batsman. Lack of concentration there, but 2 dots so far. Milnes, 4 slips, range behind Azad. That's close to the off stump. That's coming back a little bit. See, I won't say Milnes is finding his range. It's almost like he is testing Azad just outside the off stump here. And I think, as we probably said a number of times yesterday, Jack Leaning had said after the first day, Kent wanted to let the ball do the work, not try to overstretch for these wickets, and it feels like that with Milnes as well. He's just hitting a really good spot again and again at the moment, testing Azad outside the off stump. None for none as Milnes bowls the 4th of this over. Left outside. Oh, it's squirted away from Billings there, through his gloves, and it's Jordan Cox a chase from first slip, and it'll be byes in the end, and a rare error from Billings, maybe just wobbled a bit in the air. But 2 byes nonetheless, and Leicestershire on the scoreboard now, 2 for none.
Yeah, after all those in swings, he just rolled his fingers across, just hit the seam and moved it just a little bit away, but just too far outside off stump. But again, it did move, just didn't quite pitch in the right place as far as Milnes is concerned.
It's a great Stevens stat from a good friend, Philip, in a second, as Milnes bowls to Azad, leaves it outside the off stump, and that is the end of the over. 2 for none. Philip pointing out in his 300s this season, Darren Stevens against Northants, he was 78 not out when the 9th wicket fell. I think he made 118 not out from memory there. Against Glamorgan, he was 30 not out when the 8th wicket fell and went on to make 190. And in this game, 50 not out when the 9th wicket fell, went on to make 107. So he bats well with the tail, I think it's fair to say. Philip, thank you for that. Sorry, this is the last ball from Milnes of the over. Azad takes the bottom hand off as he gently plays that into the offside. Dead bats it. 2 for none then, but another maiden for Milnes. 2 overs, 2 maidens, none for none.
And kudos to the Kent tail, they bat well with him.
Absolutely, yeah.
They've supported him to 3 centuries then. 3 different last men.
Yeah.
That's from what I understand.
Yes, Miguel Cummins with an incredible effort for one not out. I think that one I'm right in saying in that Glamorgan game was astonishing, as Stevens was basically smashing the Glamorgan bowling all over the place.
Stevens is back with us. In he goes and bowls to Evans. Again, it's hard to know whether to give Evans the benefit of the doubt there. He sort of plunged forward, but the bat was tucked behind front pad as it curved past the outside edge, and he may be deliberately playing inside the line or playing down the line of off stump. But he won't discourage Darren Stevens. He went off between overs there. I think he's got the same boots on. In he goes and bowls a little bit shorter this time and on towards Midland leg. Evans tucks it out towards mid-wicket where Gilchrist is the fielder. No run again.
Logan stat. There we go. Philip, thank you. First man ever to share 2 50 partnerships for the 10th wicket for Kent in the same game in first-class cricket. Congratulations, James Logan. Highlighting his efforts with Stevens and with leading in the first.
Yeah, pointed that out, didn't I? Well, not that precise stat. In goes Stevens and bowls. Again, a little bit short, and this is the first run off the bat in the innings as Evans tucks it away behind square. Gilchrist has to slide across from mid-wicket. Evans is up and running. He's 1 not out off 9 balls. Azad yet to score off 12. Leicestershire 3 without loss. But yes, just making the point. I think I made the point that it was well over 100 he'd raised for the 2 last wicket efforts, despite his contribution being, what was it in the first innings? Second innings it was 4, and in the first innings it was 21 before he was run out. So 25 runs scored, but part of partnership's worth well over 100. All-rounder.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's he's entitled to say. Now, for the first time, Stevens is going to be bowling to the left-handed Azad, and he's brought in a shortish mid-wicket. In he goes and bowls to Azad, who, big old stride forward. I suspect he's batting a long way out of his crease then. There was a little bit of zip and bounce to that delivery. He let it go through to Billings.
Yeah, it's come back at him quite a way, hasn't it, from outside the off stump. But leavable, you would say, from where it pitched.
I think he's batting quite a long way out of his crease, looking at that. Yes. Azad. In goes Stevens, bowls 2. He is there, certainly, because he shuffles down the wicket and then defends it out towards mid-wicket. Just occasionally he's wont to do this, Hassan Azad. He advances down the wicket and then he usually tries to defend it. Darren Stevens... He's establishing a relationship with umpire Watts. There's a certain jocularity there, but that's an old bowler's trick, isn't it? You get matey with the umpire. He's kindly disposed towards you, or that's the plan, as a 4th slip goes in. Robinson, who was at that... No, he's not.
He's flirting with it.
No, he's not. Stevens doesn't want him there, right? Where's he going to go? He was at sort of a shortish point. He's now at... silly-ish mid-off, about 2/3 of the way back down the pitch. In goes Stevens and bowls outside off stump. Again, nice bounce and swing, but outside off stump. Azad leaves through into the gloves of Billings. It goes. End of the over, the 4th of the Leicestershire reply. They need 386 to win. They've got 3 of them. They are 3 without loss.
So the grey skies again here at Grace Row, but probably as light as it's been on any of the mornings so far. This 3rd morning on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent. Shout out to Andy, got in touch last night actually, just before we went off a light, never came back again, so I hope you're listening again today, but saying congratulations to Kent's over 60s first team, winning by 4 wickets against Essex at Wickford Cricket Club. They'll play Warwickshire or Lancashire in the final of the over 60s tournament, so congratulations to them. And I was going to make a joke about Darren Stevens. It's just that would just be a cheap laugh, wouldn't it? Here we go. Well, not even a laugh. Milnes bowls to Evans. Just walks slightly forward, or a pace forward, defends it up to mid-off, fielded by Joe Denley. And hello to Steve from Santiago, Chile. Is that right, how you pronounce it? It's not Chile, is it? Chile. Is that right? I think that's how the natives pronounce it. Close to, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Is that right? Probably not.
Take Chile, but there you go.
Chile will be fine. Great to hear from you, Stephen. Hope you're backlisting today, but just missed a couple of emails last night. As I said, when we went off, bad light never came back. That's slightly more slingy from Milnes on that off stump, defended again by Evans, who goes off for a little bit of a walk. Rehearses that forward defensive. I said that because I just listened to a podcast with whose subject was Isabel Allende, the novelist, and so that's how she was pronouncing it. She was rather schooling the interviewer in.
Yes.
There we go.
But the Spanish, Castilian speakers tend to rather look down on South American Spanish, don't they?
Oh, definitely. Okay. It's Milnes down the leg side. This one got some bounce and some carry, but through to Sam Bennings, but there's no run. 3 for none.
Although it's actually sometimes it's being a simpler pronunciation. It's slightly easier for people like me to understand a South American speaking Spanish rather than a Spaniard, which sounds a bit counterintuitive, but it is.
Milnes in once more to Evans on the leg side, right on the pad. No, it's out. It was down the leg side, but has hit him on the pad, trapped him on leg stump. Up goes the finger from umpire Gould, and Leicestershire are 3 for 1. Another LBW decision goes against Leicestershire. Didn't take long for umpire Gould to put the finger up, though. Evans trapped at the crease at 4-1, and Milnes has another victim in this match and strikes first for Kent. Leicestershire still with another 383 to win this game. Evans goes for 1, LBW Mills, and it's Leicestershire 3 for 1.
He had gone an awful long way across, and he was in his ground, really. There was no great movement other than sort of lateral from Sam Evans, and it didn't bounce too high. Need to have a quick look at the replay. It was a sort of tentative push from Evans, but there didn't look to be too much wrong with it. It's on first view, but as I say, I need to see a replay of that one. We will do, I'm sure, but a horrible start for Leicestershire. It's facing a huge total. I don't think the ball did too much. It was fullish. He was rather trapped in his crease there.
Yeah. And my initial reaction, because it bounced off the pad going down the leg side, might have been that...
you tend to think it's going on
exactly,
down there,
yes.
But so let's have a look at
where it's hit him. May well have been right in front.
I haven't seen one as yet.
But certainly, yeah, umpire Gould was quick to put the finger
Yeah,
up.
they haven't necessarily been quick, have they? They've thought about it, although they have usually raised the finger in this game.
As Milnes continues now to Ackermann coming in, seems away from the Leicestershire captain through to wicketkeeper Billings. 1 ball to come then of this over, and I still haven't seen a replay.
No.
Maybe that just taking a couple of moments to they call it clip it or repeat it. Do whatever they do anyway. Milnes' last ball of his 3rd over. He has 1 for none at the moment. No run off the bat going off him. Ackermann waits for him. Forward defensive. No run. End of the over then. Successful one for Kent. 3 for 1. They've made the first breakthrough in the Leicestershire second innings. A wicket maiden for Matt Milnes at 3 for 1 Leicestershire.
12:30 updates time, so Matt will pop next door to speak to BBC Radio Kent to confirm that what has been a pretty good morning for Kent continues to be a very good morning for the visitors. Ackermann, say he's struggled for form, got a very good unbeaten century earlier this season, but such a class batsman that you always expect great things from him. He hasn't necessarily been consistent this season. 481 runs coming into the game, so 483 now. He's still was averaging 40 almost exactly. Might be just underneath that now, but certainly Leicestershire need their captain, who is also a fluent run scorer when he does get going, to get going. I'm having a look at the replay of that Evans dismissal. Yeah, it looks fair enough. Absolutely looks fair enough. It got too far across and didn't really get up too high. And umpire Gould Let's have a third look at it. Yeah, you could see leg stump. That's how far he got across when it hit him, and it was probably going to go on and hit middle and leg. 3 for 1 then, Leicestershire. And Sam Billings has decided to put in a short leg for Stevens to the left-handed Azad, so Robinson is having to pad up, so to speak, and helmet up. Tucks his cap into the back of his trousers, puts on his helmet, goes in at short leg as goodness me, the feed comes on from BBC Radio Leicester, and it's a young lady giving it of her best. Celeste, there you go. Here comes the update. It's a tough start for Leicestershire. They have just lost their second wicket. As you come to me, they needed a massive 386 to win the game. They have lost both their openers, and there are only 3 runs on the board. The first to go was Sam Evans, leg before wicket, to Matt Milnes for just 1 in the previous over, and Hassan Azad has joined him in the pavilion there. Darren Stevens, who made an outstanding unbeaten century earlier this morning, has picked up his first wicket of the innings with an in-swinger that has pinned Azad without scoring. So Leicestershire in deep trouble, AD. They are 3 for 2. Back with you online. Had to describe that during the update, I'm afraid. It was a Stevens in-swinger. He was well forward, Azad, and possibly out of his ground as well. And umpire Watts, who's given most of the appeals that have been made in this game at his end, sent Azad on his way. So Leicestershire, well, their prospects of scoring 386 were not high, if you like, or not particularly promising, but they're even less so now. 3 for 2 with the 2 openers, both of whom have scored centuries this season, have struggled in this particular game. Azad and Evans, leg before wicket, to Milnes and now Stevens respectively for 1 and a duck. So Ackermann is joined at the crease by Lewis Hill. Both yet to score. How long until lunch? There are another 26 minutes or so. So Leicestershire's prospects, as I say, slim. Just got to bat essentially now and see where it takes them. Stevens is ready to go. Hill was ready, but then Stevens sees that mid-wicket Gilchrist was back in a normal position, and he brings him in to short mid-wicket. In he goes, bowls to Hill, who has advanced down the wicket, then lets it go as it swings through outside off stump. Hill, who's been at Leicestershire all his career, just wondering whether he might have been around in the sort of junior ranks of the academy when Stevens was still at Leicestershire. Possibly not. I think Lewis is now 30. So, might just have been. In goes Stevens and bowls. Fullish, swings and goes straight on. And Hill, who's advanced down the wicket again, lets it go through. It straightened a touch and it wasn't so very far away. Three slips. Short-ish point. A short mid-wicket as Stevens is in. To Hill, who makes a late decision to try and chop it away outside off stump. And I think it came back and went past the inside edge. And Hill, who let the first 2 go, didn't try and let that one go, but he couldn't lay bat on ball. And it all looks almost impossible out there for the Leicestershire batsmen at the moment, whether they're sort of making it look that way or whether it genuinely is. Probably a little bit of both. But it's not pretty. In goes Stevens and bowls, and he leaves, and it clips the front pad and bounces over the top of the stumps, and Stevens has his hands on his knees in disbelief, taken by Billings, moving quite a long way to his left. Hill is not finding it easy out there at the moment. Wicket and then 4 dot balls in the overs so far. Hill left the first 2 and left that 4th, and goodness me, almost lost the top of his middle stump. Stevens is in, bowls, and he has got bat on ball as he advances down the wicket and drops it out into the offside. A wicket maiden for Darren Stevens. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 1 for him, and what a morning it is proving to be for Darren Stevens. But we did kind of predict it. It's not difficult to predict with Steve-O, is it, Matt? He does this and keeps doing it.
Absolutely right. Just explaining in context to our listeners on BBC Radio Kent, he's scored more runs than any other Kent batsman in the county championship this year by dint of his century today, and he's taken more wickets as well. So that extra year contract was pretty much a formality. I remember asking Matt Walker, so how difficult was it? The decision, not at all. Milnes runs into Ackermann. Strange swerve in Milnes' run up there. Actually started slightly wider the crease than normally and then swerved in towards Ackermann, almost accelerating. Not sure that's normal, but 1 for none for Milnes, 1 for 1 for Stevens. And yeah, he's not there just because he's a bit of a folk hero, Darren Stevens. He's doing the job again and again, and as you said, almost inevitably me amongst the wickets. He hates to be out of the action at any point, Stevens. And here's Milnes bowling to Ackermann. Bouncer well over his head, and it's a dot ball. I should say as well that I've been speaking to all the Kent players after and coaches after the Blast quarter-final, getting their reaction, obviously, to as we see them in dribs and drabs, and said to Darren Stevens, of course you're going back to finals day, and he interrupted me and said, gutted by the way that I wasn't playing the quarter-final, want to put that on record. He definitely feels it. And he said Milnes to Ackermann, wrapping him on bat and pad on the leg stump, no run, but said he'd essentially made a deal with the head coach and said, well, on the team, well, you have to win now at quarter-finals so I can be involved at finals day. So he's lost count of how many finals day he's been to, because I think he went to 2 or 3 with Leicestershire, certainly 3 with Kent. So we'll tot it up. I think he was getting up to 8, but I'm not sure it's that many, but it's a lot. Milnes full-length delivery to Ackermann, that certainly entertained him. Dot ball, no run, as he pushes into the offside.
I'm standing up because Leicestershire, one of the improvements they've made to the ground is that on the spectator side of the picket fence that runs around part of the ground in front of the pavilion, they've put big boards with when the various competitions were won. So,
right.
Which,
yeah,
2011 I think was the last of them. I think it was 04, 09 and 11.
So Milnes now to Ackermann. It's a good shot, well stopped by Stewart at mid-on as well, keeping things tight for Kent, because that all ends up, that was going for 4 at on drive from Ackermann. Attractive stroke, but Stewart has thrown himself on top of that dot ball. Just keeps the pressure on as well, doesn't it? Just psychologically, that's what smart fielding does for you. Even if it's just a single ball. Milnes back to his mark. It's the final ball of his 4th over, still yet to concede a run from the bat. Stevens has conceded just 1, 2 byes as well in the 3 so far. Back foot defensive by Ackermann. Again, Milnes absolutely on the money this morning, has not bowled a loose ball. Maiden over from Milnes, 4 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for none he has, and Leicestershire are 3 for 2 here at Grace Road.
Absolutely what they did in the first innings, essentially. Hit the areas, let the pitch, if you like, do the rest, and don't give the opposition any opportunity to get the ball away. And As game plans go, it's a simple one, but Kent are following it, and it is working. Stevens is in to Hill, who is shuffling down the crease again and then leaving. Billings, having taken it, makes as though to underarm the ball at the stumps. Hill had obviously got back into his ground, but Billings must be tempted to stand up to Stevens.
I've got more Stevens stats, and actually reinforcing something you were saying at the beginning of the game, Richard, coming up after this ball.
He bustles in and bowls an outswinger. Hill doesn't shuffle down this time, just lifts his bat, lets it go through.
That was Darren Stevens' 63rd wicket in first-class matches against Leicestershire, now more than against any other team. So you were saying it feels like he's hurt Leicestershire.
63
more than... Yeah.
More than any other team. We knew it felt that way. I almost didn't dare look it up, but yeah, well, it's cruel to have it confirmed, if you like. In he goes and bowls to Hill, who is walking down the wicket and cutting hard down into the ground. It bounces up comfortably enough for Robinson to make the stop at that short-ish point position. He's 3.5 pitches away in front of square, and he's taking up a sort of catching position, but he's there for the mistimed cut, perhaps. It'd be going to be a good catch, really, if he takes one there. Stevens is in, outside off stump. Hill leaves, very exaggerated leave, pulling his bat right out of the line of the ball.
Yes, coming down the pitch to Stevens. I wonder if Billings will come up to the stumps.
I wonder if your stat supplier can tell us how many runs he scored against Leicestershire, how many centuries against Leicestershire.
I had a quick sweep yesterday, and it was quite a lot. Let's put it that way. So
Stevens is in. Hill is cutting it again, not timing it, hard down into the ground. It pops up nicely into the hands of Leaning at third slip, moving across to his right.
But yeah, Philip, if you have a free minute or two, it'd be fascinating to know what his stats are in batting against Leicestershire.
And is that more than any other county as well? He'll say it isn't, but boy, does it feel personal. He turns, number 3 on his back, runs away from us, bowls to Hill, who is down the wicket again, and then defending, dabbing it down towards backward point. Robinson scampers across from that forward point position to field, end of the over. And I think that was another, yes, of course it was another maiden. We've had 8 overs of Leicestershire's second innings, and they remain 3 for 2.
I did ask him last night, is it coming home? And he said, we've got family here. I said, but you're a Leicester boy? He said, no, I'm a Kent man now, absolutely. So I'm not sure if that's an official renunciation of his citizenship.
So
the fine city.
Is he a man of Kent or a Kentish
Well,
man?
he can't be either. It's a bit like the Yorkshire conundrum.
There,
so yeah.
Where does he live?
Well,
which side?
He would be. He has Mills bowls to Ackermann. Well, technically, Richard, he would be a man of Kent. So he's that side of the Medway. Okay. Certainly an honorary man of Kent. I think he can call himself what he likes in the County Kent, to be honest. I'm very surprised he hasn't got the key to the city of Canterbury by now.
An honorary man of Kent, at the very least.
Mike.
And I was going to say north. It is I suppose it is north and south of the Medway, is it?
Well,
east or west of the Medway?
I mean, the Medway meanders, as it were. So, but yes, his squirting off the outside edge, but kept low by Ackermann through gully position. Will it go for 4? It will not. And Logan cuts it off, in fact, and it's 2 runs.
Just having a look at the Azad dismissal again. Yeah, I think it hit him on the back pad in the end.
So sets himself Ackermann. 4 slips. Actually, the angle I'm looking at it, more or less eclipsing each other. Arranged. Oh, it's a Yorker and caught! Brilliantly done, Milnes. Ackermann, absolutely no chance with that. It's rifled in at his toes. He's managed to get bat on it, and Crawley has caught it at second slip, going low as well. It's a very good catch. Good cricket all round. Ackermann somehow got his bat to it, but that is an absolute corker of a delivery from Matt Milnes, who's been on the money once again from ball one here at Grace Road in the second innings. He has 2 for 2. That was a wicked delivery. And Leicestershire are 5 for 3 here at Grace Road.
Becoming a bit of a horror show, but everything Kent are doing is coming off. Basically at the moment, Leicestershire have got to find something, stand of some kind. The light is not great at the moment, but the floodlights aren't on. And Milnes and Stevens are doing what they do very, very well. But Leicestershire, who've acquitted themselves admirably in the county championship so far this season, for the most part, as I say, a couple of early defeats, a little bit overrun. But this is a game in which they hope and indeed expected to be competitive against a Kent side that have yet to win so far this season, but at the moment they are being comprehensively outplayed. 109 in their first innings, 5 for 3 in their second innings, needing 386 to win. 7 wickets remain. They still need 381 runs to win.
Absolutely no culpability, I would say, on Ackermann for that delivery. It's a quick Yorker as well.
They're playing very well, Kent, bowling very well.
Well, I'm sure Kent supporters will remind me that they've got a bit to make up for from their first 10 games of the season. Although 7 of them were draws, 3 defeats haven't really matched up to expectations. Kimber, as he edged that, is going to go down 4 past Billings. No, it's Byes actually, and just said he's been on the money all morning. Just sprayed a little bit by Milnes, perhaps in a little bit of extra adrenaline, certainly pacey as well, but that would go for Byes. And at 9 for 3 Leicestershire then. I should say, sorry, the Medway thing is actually technically east and west of the Medway. Yeah. So if you're west of the Medway, you're a Kentish man or a Kentish maid, and to the right of you, sorry, to the east, I should say, maid of Kent. Maid of Kent. Here is Milnes to Kimber. Just outside edgy there a little bit, but it's gone quite just behind square. They'll go for 4, and runs off the bat have been an absolute premium for Leicester in the second innings. So 13 for 3. Again, Milnes will be a little bit frustrated by that, but it wasn't the most convincing shot from Kimber. He's bowling very well, the Kent paceman at the moment. 2 for 6 he has now. It's absolutely ruined his figures though, of course.
The implication, and I speak as a Yorkshireman here, is that a man of Kent is more sort of genuinely of the county than a Kentish man.
Well, yeah. It's Milnes to a Kimber. Has it wrapped him on the pad? Nothing doing, says the umpire. End of the over, 13 for 3, another successful one for Kent and for Matt Milnes. I mean, it's
we
not
in Yorkshire make no make no distinction. If you're born within one of the ridings, then you're a Yorkshireman.
Yeah, I mean it's not Kentish as in you're slightly from Kent.
Yeah, just sounds.
It's more like Kentish
like
strawberries. They're definitely from strawberries. From strawberries.
You're
They're
a
definitely
little
from
bit
strawberries.
Kentish,
They're definitely from Kent.
I'm just winding up the Kentish folk among your listeners.
I mean, look, it looks like I've got a few hours to be in Leicestershire, Richard. Here, I know you get me all sorts of trouble. I'll be getting emails. But suffice to say that actually qualifies as neither of those Darren Stevens have not been born in the county.
Both would be glad to have him.
Quite.
In he goes. 3 slips, crouch in anticipation, outside off stump, cut hard down into the ground. He's tried that a few times, Lewis Hill, so far, and once again it's sort of cramped him. Somehow he hasn't timed it quite right. It's come off the bottom part of the bat and bounced down into the ground, and comfortably enough into the hands of a Logan at a fairly conventional backward point, just backward of square, point. He's so much on the move though, Logan, it's hard to pin him down. In goes Stevens and bowls a straighter delivery. He'll place it well. Again, he's 8 feet, 9 feet down the pitch, having shuffled down and then taken a big forward defensive. So does Billings never stand up to Stevens? I mean,
no,
it doesn't imply
he
any
would.
practices at 13 for 3. Maybe Stevens doesn't want him there, but some bowlers don't like it, do they? But in goes Stevens and bowls. Hill goes back this time, by which, I mean, he did sort of move forward, but then stayed on the back foot. Logan's just bowling a couple of looseners now. Though why Billings would want to change the bowling at the moment, given that Milnes has, well, I suppose he's bowled 5 overs and he might want another burst from him after the interval, which is now just 9 minutes away. 5 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 6 for Matt Milnes to go with his 3/4 in the first innings. Stevens is in, down the pitch comes Hill and he's driving and he's got it away. He made it into a half volley and the most convincing shot of the Leicestershire second innings. Quite a flashing drive there from Lewis Hill. Quick hands. And that is his first scoring shot. 15 balls he's faced. Yes, that's right, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he's off the mark
Yeah.
with that shot. He's been down there battling away against Stevens, playing and missing at plenty and trying to cut him away and failing. But that one was in his slot and he put it away. That will make him feel a little bit better. 17 for 3. Stevens is in. Hill is down the pitch. It is held back cunningly by Stevens and he rolled his fingers across it, but Hill was equal to it, defending the straight one back down the pitch. First partnership, obviously, given it's a 17 for 3 in double figures of the innings so far. A little bit of good news for Leicestershire supporters during the interval. I'll be able to tell you at 1 o'clock as in goes Stevens and bowls. That one bounces and comes back to Hill and he doesn't get any bat on it, but it hits him above the pad on the low part of the thigh pad and bounces out into the slips. End of the over. A rare unsuccessful one in terms of the fact that it wasn't a maiden and it wasn't a wicket taking over for Darren Stevens. He's got 1 for 5 from his 5 overs so far. As I say, Milnes has 2 for 6 and Leicestershire are 17 for 3 after 10.
Yeah, exactly the morning that Kent wanted, of course. It's been
exactly the match they wanted, pretty
well,
much,
yeah,
really.
Absolutely.
There hasn't been many bad sessions. Well, 117 for, was it 7 in the end?
16 for 7, yeah, at one point, yeah. They were, in trouble on the first day, but since then, as Milnes bowls to Kimber, bowls him! Off stump, I think it's clipped there. Yeah, absolutely right. He's just not got the bat down in time, and Milnes has a third wicket, 3 for 6. This is a savage spell from Matt Milnes. There's no doubt about that. And Leicestershire are 17 for 4. They are capitulating here, but some good Kim bowling as well, to say the very least. Milnes has Kimber goes for 4, and yeah, it's just
didn't do
clipped
too
the off
much.
Stump. No,
It wasn't a great shot, was it?
I'm not sure.
Was it a bit airy?
It hasn't actually come away from him at all, has it? I think it's just gone straight on. Kimber perhaps beaten for pace as well. Billings is trying to fool us on the replay by diving for the catch, but it hit the stumps before it got there. 17 for 4. That's a reaction from Billings, obviously, but Kimber has gone to 4 of the top 6 already, back in the dressing room. And as I said on the last update on BBC Radio Kent, an increasingly notional 369 to win now. Leicestershire well behind. 17 for 4 here. Milnes has 3 for 6.
Yeah, there's not much that can be said, really, at the moment from Leicestershire's point of view. Harry Swindle's coming to the wicket. Got to get through, well, they get through to lunch, obviously they've got to get through to lunch, but a lot more than that. Umpire Gould is talking to Lewis Hill. That they're gesturing. What are they? They're gesturing at towards the floodlights are coming on. So that's going to make Leicestershire's job even trickier, potentially. I don't think the light's that bad. But I'm just looking out behind where the weather's been coming from. There's a few dark clouds overhead at the moment, but I guess having come on, they stay on, don't they? Which won't make life any easier, as I say, because, and I don't know if there's been any analysis of it yet, the red ball does tend to do a little bit more under the lights.
It feels like it, certainly, yeah. Philip has brought those stats up, by the way, on
runs versus Leicestershire.
So he's played fewer games against Leicestershire, I suppose, than a lot of the counties nearer, even in first-class cricket. So Essex are the ones who felt the most pain. He scored 1,700 runs against Essex in first-class cricket at an average of 43, but he still averages 41 against Leicestershire in the games he's played against them, 800 odd runs. So, Philip, thank you very much for that.
Yes, thank you, Philip.
Complete.
For confirming what we felt to be
your
the
suspicions. Milnes then to bowl to Swindles and just rises up towards his midriff, plays it down to the ground, and there's no run. 17 for 4 Leicestershire. And again, I mean, they had their injury problems in the first 10 games, but no wins at all, and 3 defeats, 7 draws in that time. There's an argument a few of those draws might have gone their way if they'd had better weather, but perhaps now they are fulfilling the promise that we saw at the beginning of the season. And taking it out on Leicestershire at Grace Road this morning. Oh, it's a snorter. That has risen. I mean, it's barely back of a length, but it's exploded through to Sam Billings, who's taken it throat high and unplayable.
Yeah, bounced and left him.
Mills just going back and seems to be bowling with some real vim this morning. As Richard was saying, 3 wickets in the first innings. Bowled pretty well then, but this is almost turbocharged as we come up towards lunch. Oh, bowls him! Takes out the off stump. It's a leave from Swindles, and Milnes has his 4th for 6. And woe for Leicestershire. Swindles has just left that one. Have to see on the replay whether it's come back, but that off stump cartwheeling out. 17 for 5. Milnes has 4 for 6 now in 5.5 overs here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent, and Kent are bowling themselves to what could be a very, very quick victory on the final day.
It didn't come jagging back or anything. It was just a horrible misjudgment really by Harry Swindles. He's bowling from wide and it's angled back. It did come back a little bit, but certainly not by sufficient to leave, and it didn't just clip the off stump, did it? It almost broke it, knocked it out of the ground, and Hill's reaction at the other end was indicative, almost disbelief really, and I have a feeling that reaction will be being felt not just by Hill, but by others too. It's just not what we've come to expect of Leicestershire in the last year or two. And it's good stuff, it's impressive stuff from Milnes in particular and Kent generally, but Leicestershire in disarray. It isn't lunch. I thought we might have lunch. We'll finish the over, I suppose. It is 1 o'clock now. Milnes's figures are spectacular. 5.4 overs, 4 maidens, 6 runs, 4 wickets.
He's going to get the ball back now. I should go and do an update. I'll leave you with these 2 balls with Richard.
Ben Mike is coming to the crease with those 2 balls to face to get through somehow. And won't be through till 10 past, will it? I'm just wondering whether the delays might have just pushed lunch back a little bit, but not quite sure. But Leicestershire at the moment not quite sure of themselves either. So Matt Milnes, down the slope he comes from the Bennett end, bowls to Mike, who defends solidly on off stump. Out into the offside it goes. A dot ball, wicket, dot, dot, wicket, dot for Matt Milnes, who is having a spectacular match. 3 for 24 in the first innings, 4 for 6 in the second, so 7 for 30 so far in the game. Turns the young man, leans forward, gets into his run and bowls, and Mike drives, doesn't quite time it, he's got it away in the gap in the covers. He is going to pick up a couple of runs. It's picked up around 5 yards or so inside the ropes. Just watching what's happening because that is the end of the over. They are staying out there. I could see umpire Gould on his radio talking to the scorers, explaining to what
Lunch today is taken at 10 past 1.
10 past 1. So we are going to go through until 10 past 1 because of the various delays we've had in the game. So Leicestershire have another 8 minutes to survive, to achieve the sanctuary of the dressing rooms. 19 for 5 the score. They need just another 367 runs. But what they really need is simply to build some sort of partnership. Darren Stevens, 1 for 5 from 5, and yet those figures massively eclipsed. Update coming from BBC Radio Leicester's FM frequency. That's going to be fun. And Billings is now standing up to the stumps for Lewis Hill, who's been advancing down the pitch. Stevens is into Hill, who leaves. Taken by Billings. You can say that again. They are 17, now 19 for 5. Absolute horror show for the Foxes this morning. First of all, they saw Darren Stevens hit an unbeaten century and raise Kent's second innings to 261 all out, which means the Foxes were set a notional, and that is the word at the moment, 386 to win the game. Almost a run out there. It's an absolute shambles out there at the moment. They have lost 5 wickets in going to 19. Sam Evans and Hassan Azad, leg before wicket, both of them for 1 and 0. Colin Ackermann was caught at second slip for 2. Lewis Kimber was bowled by Matt Milnes for 4, and Harry Swindles was bowled, leaving a delivery from Milnes for 0. Lewis Hill is 5 not out. Ben Mike is with him at the moment, 2 not out. Lunch can't come soon enough for the Foxes. Wonder what Leicestershire's FM listeners think about that. And well, there almost was a mix-up there, almost a run out as Mike went back and then Hill went through with the run again. He threw to the wrong end, the fielder, in the end, and that's all that saved Leicestershire. In goes Stevens and bowls. It leaps up and hits Mike quite high on the thigh pad as he plunged forward, hopefully. 20 for 5 the score. And Mike wanders off towards square leg and does a few bends and stretches, because when I say the thigh pad, I think I may have been euphemistic without knowing. I think it was a little bit more central than that. And poor Ben Mike is, well, initially he looked not too bad, but the effects are ongoing, if you like, and he's normally got a lovely smile on his face, Ben Mike, but he's not smiling at the moment. He is trying desperately to wait for the pain to ease a little bit, but it's all been about pain this morning. Almost had another wicket there with that crazy run out as well. A crazy mix-up as Matt is back alongside lunch at 10 past then.
Yes, just trying to keep my eye on that while doing the update. You know how it is, and then I've just said it's all happening. And
well, every time you've left this box, something has happened. In goes Stevens and bowls to Mike, who is forward. He is surrounded by close fielders. He defends that one to mid-on. There is a short leg now, a short mid-wicket, a mid-on, short-ish extra cover. 3 slips. Milnes is out there in front of the popular seats at deep backward square. In goes Stevens and bowls. Mike steps forward, lets it go through. There'll be one more over, possibly 2, but Milnes doesn't really hurry through his overs, so I'm guessing there's be one more over.
Of course, it caught me out. It's
So.
110, isn't it? Because they
Yeah,
are
because of the various delays.
making up overs from yesterday. So again, theoretically, but certainly it's postponed, isn't it? Till 1:10 on the following day.
Stevens is in, bowls, and Mike is just down on that straight one in time. Drops it out towards mid-off, and that is the end of the over. It is a gloomy Uptonsteel county ground in every possible respect.
Yes, so
except in the Kent dressing room and
yes,
on the balcony and out there.
They'll be, well, I said happy that it's come to fruition at this point, because surely they must win this one.
I can now give you that good news, however, for Leicestershire supporters, because boy do we need it, and it is that Rehan Ahmed, who emerged during the Royal London Cup, has been selected for England under-19s to take on the West Indies under-19s. I think it's the first international selection for Leicestershire, possibly since Rob Sayer was in the England under-19s. Not sure about that. However, it's a little bit of a light in the cloud for the Foxes today.
Milnes then. They come from the Bennett end once again, bowling to down the leg side. Is that a strangle? It is, and Milnes has a fifth. He stops his celebrations for a moment there, almost embarrassed, I think, but that is Lewis Hill on the way for 5, and probably his most innocuous delivery of the morning. Matt Milnes, this morning session, he has his 5th, 5 for 8 now. Incredible figures for Matt Milnes. Another Leicestershire batsman goes, and this time, well, call it a bit of bad luck, whatever you like. It was a loose stroke down the leg side to a loose ball, and they can get you 5 for 8. Milnes has, and Leicestershire are 24-6 here at Grace Road.
And it is now lunch. What a morning for Kent. They will not surely have a better morning than that in the County Championship this season, and may not have done so for quite a long time. The smiles on the fielders' faces are broad, understandably. Joe Denley, Zach Crawley, Jack Leaning, great big grins as Kent leave the field. But it'll be Matt Milnes who leads them off, and applauded by his teammates. He has picked up an astonishing 5 wickets in 6.1 overs and conceded only 8 runs in doing so. Kent have almost won the game in a matter of 12 overs. Leicestershire just 4 wickets left in their second innings. There's no point really saying how many runs they need to win on that basis. Just a little bit of pride, seeing if the tail can fight and keep Kent out there for as long as possible. What a morning, Matt Cole.
It's been extraordinary, hasn't it? From the first ball, when Stevens hit the first ball for 4 and then carried on
First
in that
two balls,
respect.
wasn't
Yeah,
it?
first 2 balls for 4. Did he hit the third one for no, it's the last over of that, last ball of that over, wasn't it, for 6?
Yeah.
Yeah, from that, but effectively from that first ball, it's been extraordinary, and it's all been Kent. And they've waited for this, certainly, for this to be the situation, but they really are obviously in a huge position now, and must win this game, certainly. 20 for 6 Leicestershire. So disappointing for their supporters, obviously. I guess the manner of it. Milnes has bowled superbly, but 1 or 2 batsmen will be wondering just what they've been about this morning, I think, as well. Milnes has 5 for 8 at the moment, his best bowling in first class cricket. He's had another 5, but for a few more runs than that. Stevens 1 for 6. Stevens with that century this morning as well. Thought maybe that would be the outstanding individual effort of the day. It may yet be eclipsed by Matt Milnes, but 20 for 6 then at lunch on the 3rd day, and Leicestershire, as Richard's saying, we can say 3-6-6 to win, but that is obviously very much a theoretical target now. It's about a bit of pride for Leicestershire this afternoon, I guess.
We will go and get some lunch, and suggest you do the same. We'll be back with you in around about 35 minutes' time here at the Uptonsteel County Ground for what, I'm afraid, from Leicestershire's point of view, and will delight Kent supporters, looks very much as though it's going to be the final session of the game. But just for now, From myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, and Matt Cole of BBC Radio Kent, it's a brief good afternoon.
At Taunton, Nottinghamshire 448. Somerset first innings all out 107, and following on 35 for 1. And finally at Worcester, Sussex 264, Worcestershire 213. In their second innings, Sussex 32 for 3.
The leg side, right on the pad, no, it's out. It was down the leg side, but has hit him on the pad, trapped him on leg stump, up goes the finger.
Here comes the update. It's a tough start for Leicestershire. They have just lost their second wicket.
That arranged. Oh, it's a Yorker and caught. Brilliantly done, Milnes. Ackermann, absolutely no chance to Kimber. Just outside edgy there a little bit, but it's gone quite just behind square. They'll go for 4.
In, down the pitch comes Hill, and he's driving, and he's got it away. He made it into a half volley, and the most convincing shot of the left.
Kimber bowls him off stump. I think it's clipped there. Yeah, absolutely right. He's just not got the bat down in time, and Milnes out the off stump. It's a leave from Swindles, and Milnes has his 4th for 6, and whoa for Benetton once again bowling to down the leg side. Is that a strangle? It is, and Milnes has a 5th. He stops his celebrations for a moment there, almost embarrassed, I think, but that is Lewis.
Yorker from Matt Milnes. He managed to squeeze down on it, but all he could do was squeeze the ball out, and it somehow flew to Zach Crawley at second slip for 2. That was 5 for 3. Louis Kimber was bowled by Milnes for 4, 17 for 4. Same score, Harry Swindles left a delivery from Milnes and lost his off stump, just the second ball that he faced. And just before lunch, Lewis Hill was, as cricketers put it, strangled down the leg side. Got a delivery from Milnes that seemed on down there, tried to help it on its way, got the faintest of edges, and Billings, diving away to his left behind the stumps, took the catch. 20 for 6. Milnes is about to resume his 7th over, 6.1 overs he's bowled, 4 maidens, 8 runs, 5 wickets. So he has had a match to remember. 5 for 8, his figures at the moment, which you'll not be surprised to note, given his relative youth. This is only his 33rd match, are his best bowling figures in an innings. Remember, he took 3 wickets in the first innings as well. Little delay while they've decided, Kent or Billings, at the last moment to put in a short leg. Well, why they couldn't have decided this during the extended lunch interval, but it means that Matt O'Riordan has to come running on with a helmet just as we were pretty much ready to go. Not. One feels that that time is going to be an issue for Kent in this game, with the best part of 5 sessions remaining in the game for them to take the 4 wickets that they need. BBC Radio's Leicester and Kent, Richard Ray and Matt Cole, your commentators for the game. Matt's next door at the moment, just updating BBC Radio Kent's FM frequency. So 4 slips and a short leg as Milnes is finally ready to go. Down the slope he comes and bowls to Callum Parkinson, thick inside edge, bounces a couple of times to short leg. Denley takes it and then sort of fakes a throw at the stumps because Parkinson had taken a couple of steps down the wicket. He did not release the ball. Perhaps he didn't want to give away any overthrows, but it might be worth him just underarming the ball at the stumps, because Kent, in terms of overthrows and extra runs, don't really have an awful lot to lose. 366 more runs needed by Leicestershire to win the game. Parkinson is waiting as in goes Milnes, bowls to him. He is slightly up on his toes as he deflects that one away from just outside off stump out towards backward point, and there is no run. Umpire Gould wanders out from behind the stumps and treads down on where Matt Milnes' foot has been landing on the crease, on his delivery stride. Doesn't seem to be an issue. He's now deep in conversation with Ben Mike, who was hit painfully amidships by Darren Stevens shortly before lunch. Milnes is in, bowls. Parkinson is right behind it, jumping back into his crease. Nice high left elbow as he defends that straight ball up to Stewart at mid-on. Stewart might be wondering if he's going to get an opportunity in this Leicestershire second innings. He took 3 for 20 in the first innings, bowled really nicely. Likewise, James Logan took 3 for 8, the left arm spinner. He too yet to be called upon. We are only 12.4 overs into the Leicestershire second innings. 20 for 6 is the score. Milnes is in, bowls on off stump. Parkinson solid in defence, out into the offside it goes. Milnes finishes his follow through, not so very far away from the batsman. At the moment, Leicestershire, well, their lowest total in first class cricket was actually made against Kent. It was 25 at Ayleston Road, just up the road from here, in 1912. Still need another few runs to avoid that ignominy. In goes Milnes and bowls down the leg side, banged it in, but he's raising his eyes to the heavens because he got his direction wrong. Billings took it away to his left. A wicket maiden for Matt Milnes, he having taken a wicket with just the second ball, was it? No, yes, first ball of the over just before, and that caused lunch, or that precipitated lunch I should say. So 7 overs, 5 maidens, 8 runs, 5 wickets. Figures staring him in the face as he walks back to his fielding position at deep backward square in front of the electronic scoreboard. And I'm sure I'll be hoping there'll be one or two pictures being taken of those. He can yet improve them, of course. What's his best match figures? I would assume they're these now, 3 for whatever it is, 27-year-old Nottingham boy. As Darren Stevens is in 2, Ben Mike, who's forward in defence, and there is no run. Best bowling in a match, 7 for 111. So yes, he's certainly already eclipsed those with his 8 for Matthew Edward Milnes. Began his career at in the sort of Durham area. In goes Stevens and bowls. Got that one a little bit wrong, and it came out of the back of his hand. Don't know quite what he was trying to do, but he overpitched onto the leg stump of Ben Mike, who clipped it firmly away through mid-wicket for 4. 24 for 6. Mike on to 6. A little bit of a delay. The ball sort of popped up over the advertising hoardings, had to be retrieved by either one of the stewards or one of the spectators, and as a consequence umpire Gould has to give it a little bit of a wipe with the sanitising cloth. Back in Stevens' hands now. In he goes and bowls to Mike, who defends firmly back down the pitch. Should be a single. No, shouldn't, Richard, because although it bounced high and was going quite quickly past Stevens mid-off, who looks to be Denley, I think, moved across smartly to his right to make the stop. Grins at Stevens as he hands rather than throws the ball to him. The two having passed at the end of Stevens' mark. In he goes. Bowls to Mike. Almost finds the outside edge there. It was a little bit outside edge as it drew Mike forward, the outswinger. But he got plenty of bat on it and steered it away along the ground towards backward point, where Gilchrist, no, not Gilchrist, Logan, I beg your pardon, is the fielder. Gilchrist is at short mid-wicket. Matt may have to correct me there, but I think so. The two tallest members of the Kent side. In goes Stevens and bowls. Mike is forward very correctly. Holds the pose just to emphasise how correct the forward press was. Out to Robinson it goes in the covers. Uses the cuff of his long-sleeved shirt to polish the ball.
Yeah, he's grown his beard, Ollie Robinson, which makes him look from afar very much like Jack Leaning. So I'll have a word with him, Richard. I know it's no good for this game now, but
I'm getting there because he's just shorter, I think, than Leaning, isn't he? In goes Stevens and bowls thick inside edge. He was driving at that one. It's gone down towards Matt Milnes in front of that electronic scoreboard. It was intended to go more in the area of Joe Denley, who's out at mid-off, and Stevens raises his eyes to the heavens. End of the over, a single conceded in it. Stevens 7 overs 3 maidens 1 for 11. Leicestershire, well, they have matched that lowest team total against Kent, indeed in all first class cricket that they'd made at Aylestone Road back in 1912. Darren Stevens just a boy at that stage. 25 it was.
Yeah. Sorry, you just slipped that one in. Absolutely right. Yeah, he may well have been playing in that one, I'm not sure. But
1912.
He would have been at Leicester at that time, I think, wouldn't he? But so Milnes from the Bennett end, the far end as we look at it from the pavilion here. On the top of the pavilion. 25 for 6, Leicestershire shot from Ben Mike. He's played that twice, that shot, hasn't he? Through wide of long on, and he'll get another 4 runs for it. Nicely done. Full length, in danger, I suppose, of over-pitching there, Milnes, but then he's found some success with that full ball as well. But Mike deals with it well. He's on to 11 and 29 for 6, Leicestershire.
Leaving those lowest scores behind now. Thankfully, their second lowest, curiously, was also made against Kent, also at Aylestone Road, the previous year. That was 26.
I've been sick of the sight of them by the time they turned up in 13. So Milnes to Mike, just past the off stub, through the wicketkeeper, no run.
Into double figures, Ben Mike. As Leicestershire batsman.
Yeah.
So to do. Much lighter now, thankfully. Floodlights are still on, but that miserly cloud has drifted right away now. And we're okay looking behind, so we should be set fair for a good few overs now.
So Milnes to Mike, bowls short there and sits up a little bit, and Mike deals with it. 4 runs, hooked away from under his nose. She looked a little bit slower from Milnes, if anything, perhaps just sticking in the pitch, but not a great delivery, but Mike was on it very, very quickly. Can't fault him for that. 8 off the over so far, aggressing, much as Stevens did this morning, not letting the bowler settle. And he has 8 from the over, and it's on to 15 of 33 for 6. That was loose from Milnes. He's bowled a few bounces this morning which looked pretty potent. I'm not sure that was one of them. Didn't quite come on to Mike as quickly as perhaps those other deliveries did this morning, but he did bowl 7 overs, didn't he? A spell just before lunch.
6.1 he came off with having taken that wicket just
Sorry,
before
beg your
lunch.
pardon.
So
Yeah, of course we're into it now.
Yeah.
9 minutes in. So Milnes to Mike, pulls that away, and that'll be 4 runs. Lovely shot through mid-wicket. And it might be that Matt Milnes might need to take a breather at this point, but he's got 5 for 20 now. I was tweeting earlier on that 5 for 8, that was his best career bowling at this stage, but we'll see if the runs mount up, then maybe not.
Well, whatever happens from this point, he's got his best match figures, because they were previously, I think, 7 for match figures, that is. So he's got 8 for now.
He bowled very well this morning, a real rampant spell.
Yeah, man, yesterday. Just needs to get back to that, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Just try and hit the top of off, and
Good
he's
on
getting a bit carried away, perhaps.
Maybe so, yeah. Just maybe.
Who can blame him?
Maybe
but
overstretching just a little bit, but Mike is dealing with it really well. 12 off the overs so far, and that one's on leg stump as well. And Mike will take a single from that. Parkinson yet to score. It's at the striker's end. Ben Mike making 17 in the first innings, forming LBW to Matt Milnes. Parkinson gets a chance. He was out for LBW.
I think did he face 25 balls before getting off the mark in the first innings?
It was a long time, wasn't it? And then
like that.
yeah, Logan trapped him. Was that the one where was that Logan's first delivery? No, that was Swindle's, wasn't it? It was out his first one. So here is just loops up off the leading edge, but just a push forward by Parkinson, but dropped short of Grant Stewart coming on from mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over, 38 for 6, Leicestershire 20 for Mike. Parkinson yet to score, and Milnes figures take a bit of a bump from that. 5 for 21, still not bad. 1 for 11 for Stevens coming from the other end. Grant Stewart obligingly polishing the ball on his jumper firstly, and then on his Kent shirt, tosses it to Stevens.
Can Ben Mike do a Darren Stevens? Leicestershire supporters clinging to any straw in the wind.
But that's definitely the task, isn't it, to put some respectability on the scoreboard.
He's going to be facing Stevens now, who goes in and bowls to him. He's solidly forward, playing it out into the offside, picked up by Robinson at short-ish extra cover. Logan hopefully warming up. I say hopefully, he is warming up. He may be doing so hopefully. Should have put it that way around. Anticipating getting a bowl as Stevens wanders in and bowls, goes for the big drive. Not out, says umpire Watts on this occasion. Went for the big drive, and I think Stevens was pretty convinced it was a concerted appeal. That is for sure, and it looked a decent shout. I have to have a good look at the replay. Just feeling his left knee a bit. Sorry.
Big old drive, not at all. Sorry, I just had my microphone put anywhere in my mouth. That doesn't really work like that, but yeah, perhaps just slipping down.
Disbelief on Billings' face when that one was turned down. Stephen just felt his left knee a little bit there as he came wandering back in. He goes and bowls to Mike, who is driving again, slaps it a little bit down into the ground. Comfortable stop for Robinson.
Yeah, I could see what they're going at. That looked like it hit the inside of the pad. I think maybe they're thinking it was just going to hold on and hit leg stump.
Well worth the shout. But for once turned down. Best light of the day now. Stevens is in, bowls. Mike is waiting for that one. Held it back a little bit, perhaps Darren Stevens, and he was on the front foot but managed to adjust and just push it out. Little bit cross-batted, but got plenty on it, pushed it out towards Gilchrist at mid-wicket.
So Kent just trying to find this next breakthrough. It's not quite start the car territory yet. Still 4 wickets to get through before they can take their first victory of the season.
Stevens bowls. Mike goes for the big hit and connects very straight indeed, all the way for 6. So treating Stevens much as Stevens treated him earlier in the day. That's I won't say it's revenge or anything like it, but just a little punch back off the ropes, if you like, from Ben Mike, who was treated very roughly by Darren Stevens in the first over of the day, including a straight 6 back over his head. So Ben Mike says, well, I can at least throw a return punch, and does. He moves on to 26 off 22 balls. Stevens has a little think at the end of his run before setting off past umpire Watts, and bowling. Nice line and length and shape, and Ben Mike just defends it back up the pitch to the veteran seamer, who gives him a slightly old-fashioned look as he pauses in mid-pitch, having picked up the ball, then throws it to Denley, because that is the end of the over. 44 for 6. Ben Mike has 26. Callum Parkinson has yet to score.
Indeed so. So, with mizzle subsiding after lunch, it's a bit brighter, isn't it? Lighter cloud above
I think
us.
it's the best light of the day, almost, really. Just about.
Parkinson. Darren Stevens, I think he was replying to someone asking him how he was. I'm good, mate, says Darren Stevens, going down towards fine leg.
He was looking towards the Kent dressing room. Oh, lovely. He's being generous there to Ben Mike, saying it was a lovely shot. Gilchrist.
Yeah, first time in the match for Nathan Gilchrist as well. 1 or 2 inquiries about whether he was injured in the first innings. I think they're using him at the right times for me. Has been a little bit expensive, but obviously they've got all sorts of runs to play with here, and resting Matt Milnes now with those 5 wickets. Gilchrist from the Bennett end will bowl to Parkinson. That's a great ball to start with. That's just shaping away off a good length and got some good bounce as well. He's nippy, is Gilchrist. He's very much a fast medium. And as I said, I think coaches get a bit cross when probably pundits, people talk about looseners. 1 or 2 get a little bit cross with the thought that bowlers get 1 for nothing, and that was right on the spot. Another one off stump, and Parkinson defends it back to Gilchrist, and there's no run. But they obviously think a lot of him, Kent. They signed him from Somerset last season.
Come on, Geordie boy. Is he known as Geordie?
Nathan Gilchrist, not that I know of.
So
No.
that was definitely a come on, Geordie boy.
He's
so I don't know what.
Zimbabwean South African on his way to Somerset. So, well, maybe that's a combination of that. Good ball again. That's come back at Parkinson. Actually, he's left it. Decent leave in the end, because Benning's just standing slightly down the leg side when he took that. So it has come back, but perhaps it's after it's left the batsman. And good start though. 3 dot balls from Gilchrist. As I said, he's looking pretty quick since he's started as well. Once more, hits the pad. I think going down leg. Maybe even there'll be a little bit of an inside edge on that as well. But a stifled appeal anyway. Kent Corden not going for that one. Thank you for your emails, by the way, on kentcricket@gmail.com. Before lunch we were talking about men of Kent and Kentish men. Fred's been in touch. He's lighting the blue touch paper, so I'll be glad to be in the car. I might go into hiding after reading these out, but thank you, Fred, anyway. Here's a Gilchrist to Parkinson, defends it into the offside. Fred says, "Hi Matt, always thought Kentish was a good description for the chunk of the county inside the M25 that isn't really London, but isn't really Kent either."
Exactly.
It's just Kent-ish, he says.
Talking from 200 miles away, that's exactly the impression that we Yorkshiremen get of.
That is not the opinion
Sort
of the
of
BBC.
a bit like Kent, but really part of the county.
So, Gilchrist too. Oh, he's just chopped it down past his off stump. Good start from Gilchrist. Maiden over, replacing Milnes, but looking potent himself. Trebon, though, says, tell that Yorkshireman to do one, he says. Us Kentish men outnumber men of Kent, but we're all united in our dislike of Essex and Surrey. Oh, and Sussex, he says. Anyway, where does Tunbridge Wells sit in terms of Kentish men and men of Kent? You may well ask. Because Helen says, by the way, firstly, are you two guys both left-handers like me? We're all geniuses. Well, I bat left, bowl right. I did anyway. So
everything on the right for me, I'm afraid.
Stevens never fails to amaze, says Helen in this email. Why on earth has he never played for England? Well, we're scratching our heads too. Perhaps he'll turn to coaching later. Shame he wasn't born in the Garden of England, she says. I think I'm a maid of Kent, having born in Pembury Hospital, which is near Tunbridge Wells. Right.
In goes Stevens and bowls to Mike off the back foot. Well, off the front foot almost. He wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball, but he went for the drive in the end. Anyway, smacked it hard down into the ground. Probably too hard down into the ground because it didn't really gather any momentum over the outfield, and Denley moving to his left was able to make a comfortable stop, but he did have to move to his left, so Ben Mike picks up a single. He moves on to 27. Stevens in to Parkinson, who is forward. Is that his first run? Yes, it is. It's going to go just wide of Logan, who has to scramble away to his left from backward point. So Parkinson is off the mark, his 13th delivery. Runs flowing for the Foxes now. 46 for 6, 26. These two have added since lunch.
Well, Helen, your geography is exactly right. Southeast of the Medway, so by dint of that, I think you are a maid of Kent.
Stevens is in. Thick inside edge as Mike comes forward, plays it away, or flies away into the leg side, almost overthrows there as the throw from Gilchrist went over the head of Billings, but Logan did well backing up. Just a single then to Mike. Singles off the first 3 balls of the over. 47 for 6. 9 more runs needed for Leicestershire. 4 more wickets for Kent. Stevens is in and bowling. Down the wicket goes Parkinson and lofts him high over mid-on. It's going to bounce away over the ropes down to long on for 4. So Parkinson 2, showing a certain amount of defiance, and Stevens has something to say to Parkinson as Parkinson walks past, studiously ignoring the older man, who's, I don't think it was necessarily invective, but whose words followed him down back to the crease. 50 up for Leicestershire, 51 for 6. At any point to say it's a recovery, but it looks a little bit better than 20 for 6 for sure, and some welcome defiance being shown by these 2 young cricketers for the Foxes. Parkinson on to 5. 7 off the over, off the first 4 balls of Stevens' over so far. He is in and bowling. Parkinson is waiting for it, deflecting it wide of Logan, but Logan can get across. Got almost too much on it in a way there, Parkinson, if he was trying to push it into the big gap between leaning at third slip and Logan at point. 51 for 6 remains the score. Almost sunlight. Cloud is sufficiently high and lightish in patches. Stevens is going to change his field. He's going to send his his mid-wicket. There's a certain amount of stick from the gentle teasing from the crowd as he sends his mid-wicket back to the mid-wicket boundary, and then goes in and bowls to Parkinson, who is forward, blocking it out into the leg side. Stevens himself feels as he runs out towards that short mid-wicket position so recently vacated by Matt Milnes. Stevens has a half smile on his face as having completed the fielding, he throws the ball across to Gilchrist, because that is the end of the over. 1 for 24 for Darren Stevens from 9 overs. Relatively ordinary figures.
Yeah, absolutely.
In the context of what's been going on.
He won't like that. So he's playing some... wasn't a golf shot. He's playing a little sweep there, Darren Stevens. We saw that earlier on, but he's to remember his bowling now. Gilchrist will continue from the Bennett end. 3 slips in. As Ben Mike does some emergency work on the pitch, goes out there and just flicks a piece of...
sunshine.
Yes, crikey, there is sunshine. Yes, the comeback starts now. Grant Stewart is doing some exercises at mid-on. I wonder if he'll replace Stevens at this end. A little bit short from Gilchrist, not very, but Mike pulls that away, and Matt Milnes fields at a backward square. And a single taken from Mike, who's prepared to take on the bowls, particularly from the far end, it looks. Parkinson's on 5. Gilchrist bowled a maiden over to him to start, and looked pretty good as well.
I guess to a certain extent they have sort of license to play, really, don't they, from 20 for 6. There's no point trying to block out of as many overs as you can. You might as well go for your shots.
Gilchrist to Parkinson, wraps him on the pad, looks like a decent shout, no high. There we go.
To be high. I think he's not tall, but back foot, and he was jumping up, wasn't he? A bit?
On second glance, I'll give you that. It just looked, he got him in an awkward position. Parkinson, he's not the tallest man, but I think it's thigh pad, isn't it, rather than pad. But good ball from Gilchrist again. It's definitely beaten him with a pace there. 52 for 6. Yeah, right. Yeah. So I'm being a little bit one-eyed there. Gilchrist then to Parkinson. Nicely done. Parkinson steers it through backward point. Logan is after it. He's very life dependent on it, and he stops it as well. And they'll come back for a third. And I'd imagine he'll get some. He should get some positive comments, Logan, for he was absolutely sprinting after that one to the boundary, showing a real effort. His captain hasn't gesticulated thanks to him at this point. Billings too concerned with taking these final wickets, but 3 taken, well run in the end as well. Although Mike was the quicker to the danger end, and Parkinson was looking over his shoulder a bit to make sure everything was okay. They got through. Gilchrist to Mike. Just gently played into the offside. Robinson fields at cover. 3 slips. Point cover. The point is backward pointy. Mid-on, mid-off. Matt Milnes is at deep backward square. 2/3 of the way to the boundary. 3/4, let's say. And Stevens just inside the rope. At fine leg. Harry Podmore has taken his fluorescent bib off, so I'm assuming he's going to come on as a sub-fielder at some point. I wonder if he'll be coming on for Stevens if Stewart is replacing him. Let's see. Gilchrist to Mike. Back foot. Drives it. It's gone through the... it's nutmegged Ollie Robinson on the cut strips there. Took a bit of a grub, but fortunately for him, Joe Denley was behind him. There's no run. That might be Marcus O'Riordan out there, actually, I think, rather than Denley.
Mid-off.
Maybe that Podmore's going to sub for the sub. I think maybe Denley's off the field at the moment. As Gilchrist to Mike, smears that one through the offside, and definitely attacking it. That'll be 4 runs over the infield. Not quite where he'd intended it, but good enough with most of the field in. And it is indeed Stevens who comes off. I think we have 12th and 13th men on at the moment. Stevens doesn't look like he's carrying an injury. May just be going off for a bit of a massage, just a comfort break. 33 for Mike now. Entertaining stuff. 8 for Parkinson. Leicestershire 59 for 6 here on BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Kent with Richard Ray and Matt Cole. Someone else is disappearing. I know Podmore's now coming off. Confused? I am. Oh no, he's not coming off. He's just dumping a jumper over there.
Stewart's jumper. If Billings is
Stewart, come on. Yeah.
brave is the wrong word, but he fancies the gamble. He goes to Logan here because it is still turning,
yeah.
and they're going to attack and pop a couple of fielders back and say, go on, hit it over them then. But understandably enough, given the number of overs that have been bowled in the innings so far, he is staying with pace while the ball is nice and shiny and hard. Matt's popping next door to speak unto the good burgers of Kent on BBC Radio Kent's FM frequency, and I'll be updating BBC Radio Leicester via BBC Radio Nottingham, believe it or not, at the moment. In goes Stewart and bowls. Parkinson defends on the offside. Took a step forward. Milnes came chasing in under his Kent sun hat, the only member of the side so attired. A bit like Stuart Broad in that respect. Broad prefers the sun hat to the cap. Everybody else has the Kent cap on in its various shades. Starts nice and blue, seems to go brown in the sun. Stewart is in, bowls onto the legs of Parkinson, clipped down to fine leg for 4. Was it off the thigh pad? It was off the thigh pad. Says umpire Watts. Sounded very wooden, but Parkinson didn't get anything on it. Flew on down to fine leg at a rate of knots. No chance for Gilchrist down there to make up the 20 yards between him and the ball as it left the bat and flew over the boundary. Down at the Bennett end, 63 for 6. Mike 33, Parkinson remains on 8 of 20 balls. Stewart looks at the ball as he's a polisher on his shirt, so to speak, so he's got a great big red stripe from sort of chest to waist. In he goes and bowls to Parkinson, full, driven back past him. He put down his right hand, tried to deflect the ball or stop it, or maybe even deflect it onto the stumps. He did brush his fingers, but he didn't get enough on it to do either of those things. Podmore goes running back towards long off. Stewart shakes his fingers. Hit it well, Parkinson. Picked up a couple of runs. As I say, Stewart's just fingertips are smarting slightly as he shakes his hand as he walks back towards the start of his run-up. Still got the 4 slips in it. 3 slips and a gully, sort of first, second, third and fifth, really. The slip positions. There is a bit of a gap between Leaning and Robinson. 3rd and 5th. Stewart is in. 2. Parkinson finds a thick outside edge as he comes half forward, but bounces a long way short of Logan at point. There is no run. Here comes the update shortly. 65 for 6, so 45 these two have added in next to no time for the 7th wicket. The previous best partnership was just 12. Stewart turns. In he goes past umpire Watts and bowls. Bouncer fended off one-handed by Callum Parkinson. Down towards fine leg it goes. Gilchrist picks up and throws. Parkinson picks up 1. That was a good bounce in towards the sort of armpit area. And the jumping Parkinson just got inside the line of it and managed to work it away. Not entirely comfortably. 66 for 6. Parkinson double figures now. He's on 11. Stewart to finish his over. 1 ball to go in the over. Still waiting on the update. Going to start with... it's Leicestershire first. Well, they're a little bit happier than they were shortly before lunch, Leicestershire, when they took lunch on 20 for 6, believe it or not, in their second innings. They need the small matter of 386 to beat Kent. So you think on that basis it's only going to be a matter of time. But there's been some welcome defiance post-lunch from Callum Parkinson, who is 11 not out, but particularly Ben Mike. He is 33 not out. Nottingham born, of course, Ben Mike, and he's also hit Darren Stevens for one huge 6. They're still in all sorts of trouble, Leicestershire. They're 68 for 6. As Mike chops that last ball of Grant Stewart's over away through the covers for 4. The previous ball was a no ball, which is why I don't think there were 7 balls in the over. There were 7 balls in the over because he had to bowl the last one again. And that is a 50 partnership for the 7th wicket. Unexpectedly welcome.
Now, just tucks this into the onside. On the jump almost. Finds Marcus O'Riordan at mid-on. That's because Stevens is still off the field. Yes, Stevens is off the field.
He did feel his left knee a bit, didn't he? Didn't seem to be limping or anything, but
he's honestly just very careful about the condition he's in, Darren Stevens, and quite right. That's how he's managed to maintain himself through to. Oh, it's a good ball from Gilchrist. Did it keep a little bit low, I wonder, as well on Parkinson? I got a bit of bat to it. It was just an ooh and an ah rather than a shout, an appeal. 72 for 6. So 3 slips in, gully, point, wide-ish mid-off and mid-on. Matt Milnes is there at, well, between square leg and mid-wicket, and Stewart is at fine leg. Effort ball from Gilchrist, and Parkinson plays it the offside, gives a little stare back at the bowler, wanders off towards square leg. Ben Mike is coming down the pitch to some words of advice or observation, perhaps, from the Leicestershire all-rounder. 72 for 6, light breeze burning across the ground. Trees agitated to right and left. It's a full delivery from Gilchrist, driven by Parkinson. Tumbling stop by Denley. Back on the field after a bit of a break. Definitely feels like these 2 batsmen are certainly taking the seamers on and finding a rich seam at the moment. 52 the partnership. Might be in Billings' mind that while there's still a little bit of hardness in the ball, with 21 overs gone, that he brings on his spinners. But Stewart only has bowled the 1 over, and this is Gilchrist's 3rd. A bouncer to Parkinson, holds the pose crouching underneath it. And there's no run.
I admit I'd have gone to Logan as soon as I saw what sort of Mike's attitude is going to be taking on. You might get hold of him a couple of times, but he's prepared to toss it up. There's turn there. A couple of fielders back.
I'd almost be tempted to have Logan at one end and then just rotate the seamers for the other, and as long as you need. But Gilchrist bowls full length delivery to Parkinson. He's picked him off there and off his toes through mid wicket. They'll come back for 2. Milnes is after it. There won't be a 3rd run. Throw in towards the wicket keeper by Milnes. Towards him anyway. Falls a little bit short of Billings, but he goes and scoops it up on the run. And that's the end of the over. Number 10 for Gilchrist. None for 9 for Stewart. Bit of a sanitizer break. I thought as Podmore immediately rushed towards James Logan there that we're expecting our instructions to be carried out immediately, aren't we, Richard? But perhaps it's not going to happen. I thought maybe he was going to take his jumper and his cap.
Gilchrist, I'm sure, will have a few more, and likewise Stewart. Not under any pressure in that respect.
Well, that's
useful
true.
overs for Gilchrist, these, in terms of going forward for Kent. I'm sure he's going to figure in the championship squads over these last few weeks. So
Yeah.
a few overs under his belt won't do him any harm at all, and it also gives Billings a chance to have a good look at him and see and the coaches see what sort of form he's in. Very different out there in the nets and to the middle. And of course, first red ball game for a long old time. In goes Stewart, bowls very straight and meets a very straight bat from Ben Mike. Stewart himself fields in his follow through just to the offside of the cut strip. 74 for 6, Mike on 237. Just 32 balls faced, and you look at Ben Mike and he looks such a good player, and he is such a good player. Highest score this season, 74. Doesn't have a first class century to his name, which for a player of his ability is ridiculous. He gets a ball just short of a length outside off stump. He strokes it away rather stylishly into the gap at extra cover. Long chase round for Logan, who was at deepish backward point, had to run away to deep extra cover. So an easy 2 for Ben Mike. He moves on to 39, 76 for 6.
Let's get Gilchrist's figures for this summer. So this is his 6th county championship match, and his first one he took in a draw against Yorkshire, took 4 for 77 in their first innings. So he's got a couple of 3-fers as well in the championship this summer.
Stewart is in, looking for the Yorker. He saw it coming, Ben Mike, and sort of dug it out, and then curious reaction, having played it and seen it bounce out towards mid-on, he sort of stood there as if it really jarred something or hurt something, and he was looking as though he wanted to put 2 hands down, on one on each knee, so to speak. I think just basically jarred it, and he went, the tremors went through his body essentially, really, up to his teeth. It's still probably tingling, I would imagine. His fillings are loose, I'm not sure he's got any. In goes Stewart, and beautifully straight driven, on driven for 4. Glorious shot, absolutely glorious shot, straight out of the textbook from Ben Mike. And when you see him play like this, you may understand why sometimes, Matt, he frustrates the Leicestershire's supporters, because he has so much ability as an all-rounder. If he could just tap into it on a consistent basis, he would, there's an international in there. He's a long way from, obviously, from that at the moment, that sort of stage, but ability-wise, it's astonishing. In goes Stewart, bowls to him. He waits for it, just adjusts slightly. There's a little bit of movement, ends up pushing it out into the offside. Robinson is out there at the moment, who fields. Mike's into the 40s now with that lovely on drive. 43 from 36 balls, 80 for 6, so they've added 60 in no time at all. What an astonishing day's cricket this has been, one way or another. Doesn't feel much like red ball cricket in a way. As Stewart is in, bowls a bouncer. Mike pulls him around the corner for 4. Hook, pull. In fact, it's gone all the way for 6. Beautifully picked up again by Mike, and he got more of that than I actually thought he had initially. It looked like he was trying to sort of almost keep it down, but it flew away. Stewart's not slow, but he's walking away with his head down slightly. That was an expensive over indeed. He's bowled his 2 overs for 21 runs, and that has gone so far that we might need a replacement ball. Umpire Watts is... no, they've found it already. It had gone behind the electronic scoreboard. I was going to say it didn't... Why they'd have needed a replacement. It was always sort of within sight, albeit went further than I thought it had in the air. And Ben Mike's on 49 already.
Yeah, it's been
37 balls.
It's been great stuff, yeah. Podmore's on for Robinson now, taking a bit of a break. Stewart comes down, and expensive considering, especially what he did in the first innings. Grant Stewart looked really thundering the ball down, but Mike is taking him on. He's played some attractive stuff this afternoon. 86 for 6. Gilchrist to continue from the Bennett end. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10 so far. And he comes in now, bowls to Parkinson, works that off his pads. Chase for Grant Stewart, backward square, long part of the ground. And 2 outruns they'll take. Parkinson goes on to 15. And this partnership on to, where are we, 68 now between these two. And it's by far the biggest partnership of the match for Leicestershire.
Mike's best score in the championship is he made earlier this season at home against against Surrey, 74, which is very low.
Gilchrist then to Parkinson. Does he wrap him on the pad there? Sounded a bit batty, but
maybe.
Yeah, non-striker going back to the other end. Big shout though.
That
Gilchrist
wasn't a height thing, was it? It can't have been.
Don't think so.
We'll have a look at the replay on that one.
Certainly Gilchrist enjoyed it. Would have enjoyed it more, obviously, had been given. Yeah.
Close.
Yeah.
Might just have been sneaking down. Bit of an inside edge.
So Gilchrist, 3 slips and a gully in behind Parkinson. Also another great ball, just shaping slightly away from him through to Billings. That was mighty close to the off stump, and played at it, no run. It's his best so far to me, Gilchrist, that delivery.
Great follow-up, wasn't it, to the one that sort of came back.
Here he comes, turns now, top of his mark, bowls to Parkinson. Oh, it's another great delivery, this one rising. And Billings actually almost, as if in surprise, drops it as it comes to him. There was no edge there. But those 2 deliveries by Gilchrist, as you say, great replies after the turn down LBW appeal. He hasn't got rattled, he just stayed on that line. Full stump, that might have even been close to the off stump, that one, as it rose. Zach Crawley asking about fielding positions with his captain. Nothing's changed. It's just angled out towards point. Good tumbling stop by Logan at point, and another dot ball. And Kent trying to build some pressure now because Mike and Parkinson, particularly Ben Mike on 49, has been taking the attack to them. 88 for 6. Still 297 in arrears. Leicestershire. So batting for a bit of pride here at Grace Road on the 3rd day. Kent striving for the wickets that will take them to victory. Of his pads again by Callum Parkinson, and Stewart will come to get it just backward a square on the leg side, and that will be 2 runs in the end. 90 for 6 then. Leicestershire. Where else? I was doing Gilchrist and Leicestershire. I think 49 for Mike, 17 for Parkinson. Gilchrist none for 14, but some 2 or 3 really good deliveries in that one. Stewart for none for 21 so far.
Yeah, and his work is done. And, I think he's been listening to us, Sam Billings, because he is now going to James Logan, and out comes a fielder with helmets and pads and all sorts of bits and pieces. Off the field goes Harry Podmore, and indeed Matt O'Riordan. Presumably then we are back to a full complement for Kent, as in their first 11 for the game. Well, I think this is the first time that Logan has bowled from the pavilion end in the game. He bowled all his overs, 3 for 8. He took in the first innings from the Bennett end.
Yeah, and I mean, we were encouraging Sam Billings to bowl from this end because Parkinson had such success, but then he swapped ends, didn't he, towards the end of the Kent innings this morning.
So he's going to have 2 slips as he looks to turn the ball away from the right-handed Ben Mike. He's got mid-off, sort of halfway, 2/3 of the way back to the boundaries. He goes in, and Mike goes for it straight away and hits it over, not entirely cleanly, but hits him high and straight, and it bounces over the long on boundary for 4, and that is 50 for Ben Mike. 53 he has made off 38 balls. He's hit 8 4s and 2 6s.
Yep, lusty blow. Thought for a moment Denley was interested in it, but it's going well over his head in the end.
Did cloth it slightly, didn't he? But he's got away with it. Logan is in again to him and drags it down because he sees Mike coming, and he adjusts his length. Mike in the end plays it off the pitch, defends it back down the pitch to James Logan. Fair haired, very short sleeved shirt. He sends his he tells his mid on Denley just to go back a bit. Denley sort of ignores him really. In goes Logan and bowls, tosses it up, and it's driven in the air for just a few feet, but very low out towards the deep-ish mid-off by Ben Mike. Yeah, Denley has been around for a bit longer than James Logan, and he's staying where his captain told him to. He might just have gestured by taking half a step backwards, brings Parkinson down on strike, and that means that Billings is going to post a few more close fielders. Indeed.
Plenty of company.
I was going to say there were the 2 slips for Mike, but as well as the 2 slips, we've now got a very silly mid-off and a short leg and a shortish extra cover. So Parkinson is surrounded as Logan goes in and bowls to him. He leaves outside off stump, and it's a no ball. I think he cut it on the side, didn't he? Rather than the popping crease, actually the front line. He delivered it from really wide then.
It's a rarity, a no ball for a spinner, isn't it?
Yeah, it just shouldn't happen, should it really? I think Parkinson may have bowled one, I'm not sure. In he goes, and again he should be stumped, and he's caught. Because he went for the big hit, he danced down the wicket, Parkinson took the edge and Billings took the catch. Parkinson immediately tried to get back in his ground, and I thought for a second Billings was going to miss out on the stumping, but he didn't take the bails off because he caught the edge. That is the end of that defiant partnership of 77 between Callum Parkinson and Ben Mike. Parkinson goes, caught Billings, bowled Logan. We told them to bring the left arm spinner on.
They could have been home by now, but no, that's. It felt. I felt exactly the same as you, that Billings was going to miss out on the stumping, but I don't think he realised a moment afterwards that. It was a catch. It was probably us realising, you and I, Richard, wasn't it, that he'd already got the wicket. So juggled it just a little bit, but in the gloves as Parkinson came down the pitch. And actually, you can't have any really complaints about Parkinson doing that. It's a losing cause here and trying to aggress the spinner, perhaps knock him out of the attack.
But they have to do what Kent did so well in supporting Stevens now, the tail now, because they have someone going well in Ben Mike, going very well. Ed Barnes he's already shown his adhesive qualities at the crease. Ben Mike has a word with the Yorkshireman as he wanders out. He looks like a lost boy, doesn't he, Barnes, the way he sort of wanders out. Is it me now, sort of thing? Okay. It's just to say that the body language doesn't amuse me. There's just something so diffident about it. He's anything but just the way he carries himself. Can he hang around for a little while? It's going to be horribly difficult for him with Logan spinning it and bouncing it from this pavilion end. But can he give Mike a little bit of support? Mike 54 not out. But from his point of view, he's at the wrong end. On the other hand, there's only one ball left in this Logan over. What's he got now? 4 for 15 in the match. In he goes and bowls to Barnes, who drives in the air just wide of between cover and point. Had there been a fielder between those two, it would have been a simple catch. And going back, Gilchrist picks up and Barnes picks up one. So I would suggest, of course there was the no ball as well, wasn't there? So there'll be another ball in the over. I would suggest that Barnes has been. They've said at lunch, let's all be positive. We'll all go for it. I'm not sure, though, that's Barnes' strong suit, actually, but we'll see.
I thought he batted really well in the first.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. But when it comes to attacking, I mean, he's not...
Yeah, no, absolutely, yeah. As you say, perhaps he's just going against his natural game. Like he can occupy the crease really
he's
well.
a limited batsman in terms, or he looks a little bit limited at the moment in terms of his attacking shots. They will probably develop over time, or hopefully, as Logan goes in. Bowls to Mike, who hits in the air. How far is it going to go? It's going to drop short of the boundary. 1-2 bounces over the ropes at long off. It was a little bit skied, but he got plenty as well, Ben Mike. And although mid-off chased back, turned and chased back, there was no real chance for Robinson to get there. And it brings up the Leicestershire 100. So it's not going to be a double-figure innings. They are 102 now for 7. Mike has gone on to 58.
Again, coaches and physio are taking a lap and just stopped their gentle progress. Matt Walker, Simon Cook, Michael Yardy and Dan George to look over their shoulder at Jack leaning, striving to try and get on that catch, but was never really close to it. And
I'm mixing up Leaning and Robinson again, aren't I? I do apologise.
Oh, sorry, I'm not meaning to correct you. I think it was Leaning that was chasing back here from the...
Yeah.
But yeah, because he'd normally be much closer in, but it was Jack Leaning going for that one. Almost T20 style, I suppose, putting Leaning on the boundary. He's got a very safe pair of hands. So Barnes will face Gilchrist. He's looked good, actually. Oh, now where's Robinson going? He's going in at short leg.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or is he? Well, he's heading off somewhere.
Well, Barnes, of course, was hit on the helmet,
Of
wasn't
course
he, in
he
the
was,
first
yeah.
innings by a bouncer. And he's shown an inclination to take it on, but he wore one.
Yeah. He's not that close, actually, Ollie Robinson. But Gilchrist bowls to... he's a little bit low in the end to Barnes, unless he was anticipating the bouncer. Up on his toes there, fending it off his off stump. And there's no run. But there's no sentimentality in this game as regards that, is it?
Well, he's coming in
Short
number
ball's
9.
there for intimidation.
You know, he's not number 11.
No. And, well, top scored in the first innings, isn't he? So, I know he's no mug. One bounces past Ollie Robinson at short leg. Behind him is James Logan. Almost directly behind him, in fact, at a slight angle. So he's squarer, Logan. Over chatting to Chris Watts. Standing right next to the umpire, actually. Square leg umpire. We now know you'd have a lot to ask Chris Watts about, wouldn't you? And probably most of it he wouldn't be able to tell you. It's a Gilchrist bowling to Barnes.
Yes,
Defend it,
he'd
you know.
have to kill you first.
Yeah,
Or afterwards,
right.
wouldn't he? Whatever they say.
Well, even first, I don't know how they work in those services, but yes, fascinating. You get a chance to look him up on your search engine. He's a man of a number of skills, and I'll leave it at that, I think, before I get a visit. Here comes Gilchrist to Barnes, as if I know anything else. The ball is through to mid-wicket, and they'll take a single in the end. Gentle single. Barnes onto 2. Mike has 58 at 103 for 7. Leicestershire here on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent. Gilchrist 3 balls to come of his 5th over. I'm just going to have a quick look at where's Joe Denley. Any sign of him warming up at mid-off? I don't think so. Leaning, I asked him on the first day. He must have fancied a bowl, Jack. With the ball turning all over the place, but no.
Stuart might come back at that end, mind he, if Gilchrist wants a blow.
I suppose,
or
yeah.
Billings wants him to have a blow.
Might come down the slight slope. As Gilchrist bowls to Mike. Oh, it wrapped him on the pad. That's a very late appeal from Nathan Gilchrist. Have to do better than that.
That was a response to the slips appealing, wasn't it?
It started with the wicket keeper. I mean, it took an odd bounce away from the batsman, but did it hit pad?
It did. It came back and hit him, but it's sort of high-ish. And Gilchrist, here you go.
It's a replay. Yeah. Well,
back, but it was above the pad where it hit him. So
you can see why, but it sort of spread like a very slow spreading fire, didn't it, from the wicketkeeper through the slips, and then Nathan Gilchrist sort of joined in a couple of seconds later. Bowls to Mike now, straight back at the bowler. Fields on his follow through. Gilchrist, end of the over. 103 for 7. Another good one from Gilchrist, just one off it. With Mike looking to attack as well. He's on 58. Barnes has 2. Logan will continue from this pavilion end. Jordan Cox is the man tasked with carrying all the luggage. 2 helmets. In fact, he's going to go under one, is Jordan Cox. He's the one who's going to be at short leg. Silly mid-wicket is Ollie Robinson. It's almost X marks a spot, this field, isn't it? Oh no, they're not got a leg slip. It's going to be 2 slips in, is it? 2 orthodox slips with Crawley and Stevens there. Barnes, as you say, his body language goes over there like a naughty schoolboy, shoulders down, trying not to catch the teacher's eye.
it does amuse me. Logan then is in past umpire Watson, bowls to Barnes, who goes back and late cuts beautifully down to the third man boundary. Gilchrist's pursuit is energetic but in vain. 4 runs for Ed Barnes, and what was I saying about his attacking shots? He's got plenty. Well, at least that's another one anyway. Lovely little late cut, and again he sort of looks vaguely embarrassed about it, so yeah, as though he shouldn't have really played it, but couldn't quite resist it. Logan's going to have to wait for Gilchrist to come running back, puffing a little bit, because he's just reached the end of his over as well. Logan is in. Barnes goes back and does it exactly the same again, except it's gone a little bit finer. Poor Gilchrist, who had just bowled his over, has now had 2 long sprints. This time he manages to drag it back just inside the ropes at a finer third man, and Barnes picks up a couple. Gilchrist raised his eyes to the heavens, having completed that chase. Would come immediately after he's finished his over, wouldn't it? After his 5th over. Charging in, and then he has to do 2 consecutive long chases to the 2 next balls. Out comes one of the close fielders, silly mid, off goes in at shortish extra cover. Is it top of the hour? It is the top of the hour. In goes Logan bowls. Barnes drives straight to the man at that shortish extra cover, but along the ground. Hasten to add. The stop is made. There is no run. 109 for 7. Leicestershire have matched their first innings score. Logan is in. Forward goes Barnes. A nice conventional forward defensive from him. No run. He remains on 8 then, off 9 balls faced. Mike has 58 off 43. Logan is in. Flatter, quicker delivery, but a little bit too short. Barnes goes back, cuts it away very nicely. This time he beats the diving Gilchrist, but Stewart, who has been sent back to give Logan a little bit of cover, sort of about 3/4 of the way back on the cover boundary, runs around towards deepish backward point, picks up, gets his throw away, but Barnes has picked up a couple, moves on to 10 double figures for Ed Barnes. Logan is in and bowls again, a touch short, so back goes Barnes onto his stumps, then defends it down the pitch on the on-side end of the over. So Logan, a little bit expensive in his 2 overs, he's gone for 20 runs, but he did break that 7th wicket partnership of 77 by having Callum Parkinson caught behind for 17. 111 for 7 Leicestershire. They need just another 275 to win. Kent need another 3 wickets to come. Chris Wright will come in at number 10 and Will Davis at number 11. So these two, as I say, Wright he's got over 3,000 first-class runs, Chris Wright. In goes Gilchrist and bowls to Mike, who off the front foot slaps it back. You would call it an on-drive, but it was more of a baseball shot, to be quite honest. Just stepped forward and slugged it. I think that's what they call it in baseball. Slugged it back past the bowler, down the wicket on the onside, past umpire Gould to the long on boundary for 4. Moves on to 62. Billings takes one of the slips out, leaning, puts him in at mid-wicket. He's got a deep-ish deep backward square, although he's 15 yards inside the ropes. It is the longest boundary on that side. Long leg. And now a deepish mid-wicket as well as long on. They're saying give him one on the leg side. Gilchrist is in and bowls a bouncer that is top edge down to fine leg. 1 bounce for 4. He went for the pull, Ben Mike, but it was a little bit of a top edge. It flew away down to fine leg, bounced just the once, and over the ropes it goes for 4. So consecutive boundaries of rather different kinds to Ben Mike, but he has charged onto 66 off just 45 balls, approaching his first class career best. And I hope that doesn't jinx him. 66 for Ben Mike. 119 for 7. Gilchrist is in. Mike's making a little bit of room, backing away a touch. Gilchrist follows him, but he works it out towards deep mid-wicket. Happy to take a single off the 3rd ball. 9 off 3 balls and give Ed Barnes the strike. Barnes top scored for Leicestershire in the first innings with 22 not out of 27 balls. And as shown, he's no mug necessarily with the bat. Even so, Billings strengthens the slipcordon once again as Gilchrist is in. Barnes clips him away through mid-wicket. The scrambling Logan can't get there. It's a run back from mid-on for Stevens out towards deep mid-wicket, and that means that there are 3 to be taken by Barnes and Mike, and they complete them comfortably. Barnes on to 13, Leicestershire 123 for 7, 4-4-1-3 from the over so far. This frenetic game continues at a remarkable pace as Matt is back alongside me.
It's all got a bit T20.
Kind of almost has been from the start.
It
in
has,
a
yeah,
weird,
today,
weird sort of way. Much of the game as Gilchrist is in to Mike, who goes back and turns it nicely out towards deep square. Takes the single. Logan is the fielder, so runs off every ball of the over so far. 13, 124 for 7.
Expensive one, this one. Wondering if it will be Gilchrist's last. He's bowled 6 on the bounce here, hasn't he? So it's probably would have been about time anyway that Sam Billings would have thinking of a change at the far end.
Looks a bit cheesed off with life at the moment, Nathan Gilchrist. Billings is still playing with the field, looking to give Barnes a single, I think, as Gilchrist goes in and bowls to him. He's late on it as he's back on his stumps, but he's neat on it as well as he tucks it away down towards wide long leg and takes one. Gilchrist, hands on hips, the double teapot, as they say. He's a little bit disbelieving as he walks off to his fielding position, gets a encouraging pat on the rear from leaning. Applause for what? What have we missed is your first thought, isn't it? 68 to Mike, 14 to Barnes. Came together with a score on 97, so partnership is 28.
I'm not immediately seeing it. Are there any particular landmarks? Ben Mike has 787 runs in his first class career. No, pass. You're not missing any cricket, by the way, because Sam Billings' helmet underarm is marshalling his troops.
Let us know what we've missed, if we've done anything.
There's probably something glaringly obvious, but he's taken out both fielders then forward of square with the helmets on. So Robinson's been sent out to mid-wicket. 2 slips in. That man on the drive and the offside, Jordan Cox as well. So not exactly mirroring each other on each side in front of the wicket, but certainly on the drive. Logan comes round the wicket from the pavilion end, and it'll be played out into the outside part of the bat by Barnsby's got enough on it there. And certainly Logan, I've not noticed this particularly before, but when he's excited about a ball, he leaves one arm up, doesn't it? He leaves the right arm up, I think.
It's a theatrical.
Yes, yeah.
Richard III gesture.
A wicket, my kingdom for a wicket. And that's to see Barnes coming forward again a little bit more this time. He's played it outside the bat, but absolutely on the ground. He's playing it with soft hands, so there's not a risk there.
Did you note the Leicester reference there, you see, Richard?
Indeed, of course. Yeah. Topical and local. Here's Logan round the wicket once more. Barnes is just having a chat with Sam Billings about that. Perhaps asking what it did there, that delivery. Flatter delivery, a bit short as well, and Barnes tries to cut that away through the offside, but only finds Milnes at backward point. And no one hoping to profit from that one.
Just before he starts his run-up, he puts his right arm out as well, with fingers splayed.
He's waving to somebody in the far side of the crowd. Yeah, this is the full-length delivery. That one's given it some chance, and a miss hit by Barnes, but a bit of a smear out towards the man at shortish cover. That's Jordan Coxfield's, and there's no run. So yeah, he goes up on his tiptoes to start. Have you ever seen Fred Flintstone on the cartoons when he's bowling? He does that, both hands up to the ball. And then the wave with the right hand, and then it's a good delivery. He's beaten the outside edge there. Billings trying to take and whip the bails off. Barnes is in his ground anyway, I think, but it's just a natural reaction, isn't it, from these wicket keepers? But good delivery that one. Has beaten the bat for the first time in this over. Ball to come of Logan's third. He's been, well, relatively expensive. 1 for 20 so far. Kent have plenty of runs to play with. Just looking for these remaining 3 wickets. Full-length delivery thundered at Jordan Cox, who picks it up and with one movement tries to throw down the stumps at the far end, or at least feint as if he's going to do it, but doesn't let go of the ball in the end with the non-striker safely in his ground. 1 for 20 Logan. It's a maiden over for him. So 3 overs, 1 maiden. 1 for 20 for the young left-arm spinner.
1 or 2 Kent players are swapping their long-sleeved cable knits for short-sleeved. And I heard Leaning say as he did just that to the 12th man. A bit warmer now. And it is a little bit. 125 for 7 to win. 261. Don't think Kent will be too concerned about that just yet. Ben, Mike and Ed Barnes have a little conversation. Mid-pitch, punch gloves, as is the modern way. Barnes's bat, it's sort of almost completely black on the back. It's whatever the sticker is, the maker is, the manufacturer.
I wondered if it was tape, but perhaps that's the brand identity. I have no idea.
Oops. There is a sort of white, an unblackened section, but it isn't much of it. 3/4 of the back of the blade is black. Mike is on strike, and it is going to be Joe Denley who's ready to go. Mike seemed to be ready to receive, but Denley decided to pull out at the very last minute. Blows on his hand, in he goes, bowls to Mike, goes back and pushes it firmly away past Cox at that sort of extra cover position, and jogs the single. Happy to give Ed Barnes the strike.
It's a fairly innocuous start from Denley, wasn't it? That really did feel like the loosener. Oh, suddenly the field have realised they're all coming in for Barnes.
Denley is in and bowls to him. Barnes goes back and just plays it into the ground towards Cox at extra cover, with those sort of blue reflective sunglasses perched atop his cap as Denley is in. Back goes Barnes, tries to force it out into the offside, does, but he can't beat Leaning, who's still got the pads underneath his whites out there in the covers. Obviously doesn't find them too much of a problem when he's running around. Denley is in, tosses it up. Oh, what a delivery that beats Barnes all ends up, but beats everything else as well, and nestles in the gloves of Billings just above the stumps.
Yeah, that was the one, wasn't it, from Joe Denley? The previous deliveries.
In he goes. Bowles drops a little bit short then, and it's wide, so Barnes can get up on his toes, go back and chop it away. Leaning is out there on the cover boundary in front of the popular seats. The denizens thereof might not have expected still to be here, as we approach the halfway point of the afternoon. Still 54 overs left to be bowled today for Kent to pick up the 3 remaining Leicestershire wickets. Denley is in to Mike, who looked as though he was going to swing that out into the wild blue yonder. At the very last minute he adjusted and poked it out towards Leaning, who'd come halfway in, but still a single to be had, which means that Mike kept the strike. I thought that was going to go sailing somewhere over the press box, over the Turner indoor centre. It looked as though it was going to, but he thought better of it in the end, and he moves on to 70, and he is approaching that first class career best. Ben Mike of 74 made earlier this season against Surrey.
Good value for it as well. Conversation now between Billings and James Logan, the spinner, constantly just adjusting the field. Sam Billings, I like him in that way. Never quite satisfied. Always trying to give the batsman something new to think about. It's moving. Ollie Robinson, is it, on the far side? Just around his boundary rider on the leg side. As Logan will come round the wicket then to bowl to Ben Mike. 70 from 49. It's been an attractive innings, this one. Bowls now. Oh, swing and a miss. That was a huge swing and a miss. Looked like he was trying to pick out Ollie Robinson there. Well, obviously he was trying to go well over his head for 6, but through to Billings, he spills the ball. The Kent coaches have reached the far... Crikey, that was a slow trundle, wasn't it? They've reached the Bennett end and are watching from behind the batsman now. There's a reverse sweep, thumps the pad. Not sure what Mike's done there. He's just wringing the left hand a little bit. Is it perhaps pinged up and hit his elbow as he...
Twisted his wrist a bit as he tried to play the shot, didn't he? And yeah,
just got himself into an awkward position there, but missed it by quite a distance. And Logan, no number on his white shirt, short sleeve, comes in, bowls wide of the crease. Mike goes for this one. It's up in the air. Will it be caught? It will. That's a great catch from Jack Leaning. That is a really, really good running catch. Always looked like it was fading away from the Kent fielder at long off. But Logan has the wicket, but mostly due to Jack Leaning, a superb running catch. And, well, that is very disappointing indeed for Ben Mike. So doesn't go to that century, doesn't go to the career high. 70 he goes for. Leicestershire 128 for 8. And Kent are very close now to victory here at Grace Road. Big applause, though, for Ben Mike from the Leicestershire faithful.
yeah, his 70 came off 52 balls. It included, I think, 10 fours and 2 sixes. I'll confirm that in a moment.
But he is going then, and
11 fours and 2 sixes, I beg your pardon.
sixes. But that was the wicket Kent wanted.
Yeah. Would have been so great to see him just get a FC best, or go beyond that. Because as I say, he's so much ability. Not to be, but it was a defiant, brave, and attacking little innings. And if it hasn't restored Leicestershire pride, it's been a welcome interlude. As far as the Leicestershire supporters are concerned, it could have been really awful. It could have been a sort of double-figure innings, and it's clearly going to be better than that. It's still going to be a hefty beating. 258 or 257 behind still at the moment, but as I say, it looked like it was going to be a real horror show at 20 for 6 at lunch. Chris Wright comes out to join Ed Barnes.
So yeah, Leicestershire 128 for 8 now. Great innings that one from Ben Mike. But it was a real piece of quality in the field. To be said, it always looked like Leaning was second favourite to get that one. Cut away by Barnes as the batsman crossed, the ball was in the air. Sam Billings chivvying up his field as if they needed it, but sometimes a little bit taciturn, Kent, especially considering they're 2 wickets away from their first class victory here, perhaps. But 128 for 8, Leicestershire here. Logan has his second wicket for 20. Barnes pushes forward once again. He's holding the pose. It's Logan. I think histrionic is about right, isn't it? He's very much the thespian.
Well,
when he's
yeah, it's not sort of overactive. I'd go for theatrical.
Fair enough. It's full-length delivery. Just holding the pose, yeah. It's almost balletic in some ways, isn't
absolutely,
it? He holds and sort of moves gently round.
Wonderful stuff.
Perhaps he does the Tai Chi during the mornings, who knows. But wicket maiden for him, 2 for 20, 4 overs gone. Jack Leaning's explained to him just how he took that catch. There we are, Jack. Yeah, you had no hope, mate. You were being smashed out of the ground by Ben Mike, and luckily I was there to make you look good.
Do you know his background, Logan?
Yorkshire.
Okay,
He's a Yorkshire lad, so yeah. So he spent a year out of cricket after having been dropped out of the Yorkshire squad, and then I was saying I think on the first day his
Wakefield.
His arrival in the Kent squad was quite something. Case Ahmed was stranded, quarantining for COVID. Logan played a couple of games for the seconds and signed on a Tuesday afternoon, I think it was. For Kent on a short-term contract. Tuesday evening he was playing against Hampshire in their win in the T20 Blast, and
In goes Joe Denley and bowls to Chris Wright, who defends it towards short leg, and there's no run. I would imagine the situations have been reversed many times during their careers. How much bowling Denley has done to Wright, however, as he goes in and bowls. Wright is forward and there's no run. Yeah, Logan just 23 all the way through the Yorkshire age groups essentially, and this just his 4th first-class game, as Denley, who's played rather more than that, goes in and bowls to Wright, who drives mightily and misses as it bounces past the outside edge. Certainly these are his best match figures. He's got 5 now. As Denley is in, Wright is forward, getting just about to the pitch of it. Thick inside part of the bat, pushes it out towards mid-wicket. One does fear the excitement of that Mike sort of radiates is over. Tosses that one up, and saying that, Denley bowls a full toss that Wright whips away. I'd do the running if I was you. I'm not sure it's going to go. It does. Just they stopped in mid-pitch and then suddenly realised it wasn't necessarily going to cross the ropes out there, and it only made it by 6 inches or so. But lovely shot from Chris Wright, who, as I say, has got plenty of first-class runs, over 3,000 of them, and has a higher score that it's actually better than Ben Mike's, 77. The average is 18 as Denley goes in and bowls to him, thick outside edge, along the ground all the way towards deep-ish gully, stroke short third man. Milnes comes running round, picks up and puts in a really good sidearm throw, but Barnes had made his ground comfortably. 133 for 8, 15 to Ed Barnes, 5 to Chris Wright.
He didn't get the vuvuzela, but he got an approving whistle from the crowd, and also an approving bark for that shot as well. Chris Wright, I noticed, as he went through the leg side.
He used to do, I'm told, he used to take part in a podcast about Warwickshire cricket when obviously he was at Edgbaston. Chris Wright.
That's Logan to continue. Wright has taken the strike. 5 from 6 so far. 2 slips and a short leg in as well. Defends that one into the onside. No run.
They were telling me that, I'm not quite sure why, but they got him to taste a different tea in each podcast, and maybe he's into his fruit teas or types of tea or something like that.
Logan to right, pushes that into the onside, and there's no run.
But apparently he got quite into it and sort of started doing research, and all sorts of different brews were sampled. I just throw that into the comments.
No, lovely background on the players. Flatter delivery from Logan, defended up the pitch. Major on Twitter, not sure which one of you was commentating on the cricket, just compared Logan's bowling action to the way Fred Flintstone throws a bowling, but that was me. There we go. It's made you laugh. I'm glad about that. But up on his twinkle toes there, coming in. So Logan, full toss, or made into full toss by Wright, and he bludgeons that. Well, actually, that's not fair. It's not really a bludgeon. It's a cultured drive through the onside.
Second.
So that's not a good description. 4 runs.
Second of those whips away through mid-wicket. He too is being positive. So yeah, that's what they've all spoken about during the lunch interval. Let's at least throw a few blows as we go down.
So 137 for 8 now. Kent looking for 2 remaining wickets to take the victory here at Grace Road, but stubborn resistance, particularly by Ben Mike with 70. Chris Wright now has 9, so a little bit short from Logan. Just, I don't know if I'm imagining this, it just feels like he's lost a little bit of control from the first innings, Logan. So you try not to go too full, because Wright's coming down the pitch and taking it. That's a full toss, as we saw a couple of balls ago. That's better, good flight. Right behind that one. And Wright does well himself. Defends it into the offside. End of the over. 4 off it. 137 for 8. But where Callum Parkinson, I thought he was marvellous in his, certainly in the first innings. Just length and line again and again. Just the flight bamboozling the batsman almost. And getting turn as well. Logan just seems to a little bit scattergun in this spell, particularly with his length. But 137 for 8. I'll be very critical of a Kent side that look like they're going to win their first game of the championship, but you have to say it like you see it, Richard, don't you?
Parkinson
That's the
obviously
idea.
has bowled an awful lot more overs
Well, that's true.
than young Logan, as Denley is in to Barnes, who's playing him off the back foot out into the offside. He's going to have to hurry a little bit there, right, who's looked a little startled to see Barnes galloping towards him, but he responded in the end, and Cox had a lot of ground to make up to get to the ball. It was a good call, essentially, by Barnes. Yes, he's one of those, Barnes, as in goes Denley bowls to right, who's digging it out rather. He was looking to drive initially, but it was quite full and didn't time it at all. Sounded rather tinny off the bottom of his bat. Denley is in, tosses it up, forward goes right, and there's no run. I can use that sort of Woodhouse thing about Barnes, can you? That sort of furtive hangdog look of the Englishman who's about to speak French. Do you know, he looks a bit like that. In goes Denley bowls, and forward goes right on middle and leg out towards mid-wicket. He pushes it, leaning picks up, and there's no run. I'm not sure Eddie Barnes would essay such an attempt. In goes Denley, turned round the corner neatly by right. Should be a second in there. There is. In comes the throw, but Wright makes it comfortably, and he too moves into double figures on 2-11. So the Leicestershire tail wagging as goodness me it needed to. In goes Denley, forward goes Wright. Big puff of dust as the ball pitches, but Wright is on top of it, pushing it out into the offside. 140 for 8 to win 246 more runs for Leicestershire.
Yeah, it's already been a result in the county championship in
Has
this
it?
round of matches. So Essex have beaten Glamorgan
Oh, right.
by an innings and 74 runs, bowling them out for 112 in the second innings. That's in Division 2. Division 1, Yorkshire 168 for 2 in their second innings, leading Hampshire by 248. Lancashire 297 for 6, replying to Warwickshire's 371 at Old Trafford, as Logan bowls, and batsman forward Barnes gets his wrists rolling over the top of it, and a single out to mid-wicket. 141 for 8. Northamptonshire have just started their second innings, 5 for 1, but they're already leading Gloucestershire by something's happened to my laptop there. That's not good news. By 141 runs. Ring goes flashing there, as does the batting as well. Full toss again from Logan, and Wright thumps it out towards Nathan Gilchrist, who's there, presumably for that very shot, and fields it. You don't like that when the screen flashes, do you? That's never a good thing. Where was I? Gentle listener. Somerset following on against Nottinghamshire. That's in the block hole, driven by Barnes out to mid-off. Single taken. Leaning shines the ball on the back of his whites. So Somerset 73 for 4, but they're following on against Nottinghamshire, and they still need another 268 runs. So Nottinghamshire, well, they're closing in victory there in Division 1. Big shot, that one, down the ground. There's no long on. Doesn't really matter if there is or not, because that's so far in the air, and that will be 6 runs for Wright. He goes on to 18. Pugnacious, 149 for 8 now, and well, this total is getting more than an air of respectability given the context of the match now for Leicestershire. They still trail by 236 here, but 149 for 8. And Chris Wright has 18, so too does Ed Barnes. Middlesex 2-11 for 9. That game against Derbyshire well advanced. Middlesex leading by 288 runs there in the second innings, and Sussex leading Worcestershire by 184 runs. Sussex at New Road 133 for 5 in this division. Around the wicket comes, just slammed against his own foot there by Wright. Is he okay? He is. He slammed it against the instep there, as trying to drive a full length, Yorker length delivery, as it turned into anyway, from Logan. One more to come from the Yorkshire spinner, now calling Kent his home. That's the last 2 wickets to fall. won't get one this time. Rights forward, forward defensive, and there is no run. 2 for 33 for Logan. Denley has none for 11 from the other end. The over rate, we're told, is level. 49 available for the day. We're making up a few from yesterday when we lost overs. Denley to continue from the Bennett end.
We are, but we lost them again. So
Well, that's true.
8 were added, but 8 have been taken away as well because of the little bit of rain we had both this morning and which extended the lunch interval by a few minutes. Denley is in to Barnes, who goes back, tucks it out towards mid-wicket, leaning, feels there's no run. Updates time coming up. As Denley, just a couple of strides, is in. Bowls, Barnes goes back, cuts bottom edge, misses everything somehow, just past Billings and the stumps. It's going to run down towards fine leg. In pursuit is Cox, picks up, throws. Barnes picks up 2 and brings up the Leicestershire 150. Well, rather better than 20 for 6. 151 for 8 as Denley bowls. Back goes Barnes, turns it out towards square leg. Stewart fields. Just the 2 overs for him so far. Denley blows on his right hand, which he does before every delivery, then goes in and bowls. Barnes gets a delivery on middle leg that he pushes out to leaning at mid-wicket. No run. Robert Coe, what would be your one rule change regarding the 4-day game in England? In goes Denley, bowls and slapped by Barnes, back over mid on. Gilchrist turns and watches as it sails over the ropes for a maximum. Well, I suggested that Ed Barnes might have a slightly limited batting game in terms of his attacking shots. Well, he's absolutely gainsaying that with some of the shots he's playing in this innings. He's having a sort of conversation with Billings. I don't know whether Billings is what exactly he'll be saying to him. Barnes, as is his wont, has a sort of vaguely sheepish grin on his face, but the conversation, or at least it might be a fairly one-sided conversation, goes on as Denley is in. Barnes goes back, gets a brute of a delivery that bounces and turns, and nice take by Billings, who offers the ball to the stumps as Barnes was sort of wandering around, but he was wandering around in his crease. End of the over. Ed Barnes has moved on to 26 from 35 balls. Chris Wright has 18 off 21. They came together with a score on 128. It's now 157 for 8. The run rate for the innings, incidentally, is 4.5. The rate required, were they to use all the overs available to them today and tomorrow, is 1.6. Sorry, Robert was saying, what would be our one rule change regarding the 4-day game in England? His, without doubt, would be the, quote, the bad law is scrapped if grounds... Be the bad law? The bad light law? Bad light law, I think he must have missed out the word light there. Is scrapped if grounds have modern state-of-the-art floodlights. If tennis and baseball can be played under lights, so can cricket. It's the... yeah, point taken. I guess it's the sort of the danger element that certainly isn't in tennis. I suppose it's there in baseball. In goes Milnes, who's back with us from the Bennett end. So Billings has decided that the left armer Logan, the left arm spin of Logan, was proving a little bit too expensive. So although he did pick up a couple of wickets, he has been taken off. He still has 5 for the game, and it's been a very good game for the young man from Wakefield. Milnes, who's had a sensational game, has 8 wickets in the game, 5 for 21 in this innings so far, goes scampering in and bowls to Wright, who's driving thick outside edge along the ground through 4th stroke 5th slip. It goes to the 3rd man boundary for 4. Wright moves on to 22. The runs continue to flow for the Foxes. 22 off 23 balls, 161 for 8. Just 225 now needed to win the game. pitch there's been a bit there today, as not possibly quite as much on the first 2 days, whether it's sort of settled down a little bit. I think it's been a lot of fun in terms of what it's offered both sides. Bowlers, and I'd say I'd far rather see a game on a pitch like this as opposed to a shirt front, as Milnes bowls and Wright is half forward, slightly turning his wrists on his defensive push, so it goes out towards mid-wicket. Denley and Gilchrist converge before the ball is fielded. 161 for 8 remains the score. Leaning, practicing. No, it's not leaning. That is Robinson at third slip, isn't it? Or have I got them mixed up still? Because I've been thinking that leaning is still padded up for the most part, but no, it isn't. He's taken them off now, of course, with Logan having gone off. In goes Milnes. Bowls a bouncer. Wright tries to hook it. He's top-edged it, and no, it's gone. Caught. Oh, Wright can't believe that decision.
Does he think it's come off his helmet?
Wright cannot believe that decision. I heard the exclamation from Wright. He's been given out, caught behind. Umpire Watts looks at him as he walks off, but Leicestershire have got to be a little bit careful. But Wright is furious about that. Absolutely livid. He thinks he got nowhere near it. Umpire Watson is going to speak to Umpire Gould, and I suspect as he takes out his notebook and starts writing things down like the policeman he used to be, that Chris Wright is going to pay the penalty for whatever he said there. But there was an exclamation of disbelief from Wright there. There wasn't really an appeal, you know.
I mean, Billings did
Billings
appeal.
Raised his glove, but nobody else appealed at all. And Umpire Watts has sent Wright on his way, but I don't think Leicestershire have been over impressed with some of the decisions by Umpire Watts in this game. He isn't on the first class list. I think he's on the reserve list, and he may have ambitions to be on the first class list, but some of his decisions in this game make that an unlikely prospect. Anyway, Wright goes, caught. Billings. Look forward to seeing a replay on that one if we possibly can. At some stage it will go up, but the bowler didn't appeal. It was just Billings raised his glove with the ball in his hand in enquiry as much as anything. Nobody else appealed at all. And when Wright saw the finger being raised, here we go. Let's have a look. Let us have a look and see if we can possibly tell. See what you think, Matt.
I was just going to say that it's Matt Milnes' first 6-wicket haul in county championship cricket, his career best, and obviously Kent just 1 wicket away now from victory here at Grace Road. But yeah,
well, not that it makes any difference in the overall scheme of things, but
yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell from here what it's hit, isn't it? But obviously Chris Wright didn't feel it did hit any bit of bat. But Milnes back in.
Bowls, and Davis clips him off his legs. There is an appeal, as you heard on that one, but it sounded very wooden, so I think it was bat first. I think you ought to be commentating now, Matt, because only 1 wicket is required for Kent's first county championship win of the season.
Yeah. It's been a long time coming. As you say, controversial circumstances as Wright went, but
just on that dismissal, not overall. Kent have thoroughly outplayed Leicestershire in the game. They've made the best use of a sporting pitch.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one. Some batsmen have found it to their liking, aggressing on it. Milnes then bowls. It's thickish outside edge, but well kept down by Will Davis. It'll go out for at least 2. It looks like it's going to go for 4. Logan's given another very game chase to try and get the ball from the boundary, but that'll be it for that over. Milnes taking a further 1 for 8. He has 6 for 29, and whoever that wicket was taken, congratulations to him. I think that the bowling coaches tell you you have to take the luck when you get it, because you'll get plenty of edges dropped and umpiring decisions you don't like, but congratulations to Matt Milnes, then his first sixfer in his career. Needs one more for a 10-wicket haul, I suppose.
Having watched the replay, says straight off his lid.
Yeah.
One guy sort of vaguely appeals, and the umpire gives it out.
Yeah, you're right. Billings just held it up in the air and asked.
Yeah.
No one else was appealing, and the umpire gave it. So, umpire Gould is looking askance at Kent here. I think they're just rearranging their field here. So 2 slips in behind Barnes. Full length delivery and fully back over Denley's head for 4 runs, 1 bounce. And I wonder if he ought to be commentating at this point, Richard, if he's going to bowl like that and Barnes is going to treat it like that. It could be a while. 30 for him, 30 for from 36 balls. Davies has 4 from 2. But yes, Kent closing in on a victory. Peter Geezer sent us an email about Men of Kent. It's quite a long historical. Showing great research, Peter, I have to say, but we may not have the time, I'm afraid, with 1 wicket to go. Oh, that's good turn from Denley. When he gives it loads of air...
It's good background
Denley,
for you going forward, though, isn't it?
It's a very good point. He's saying that the Medway thing seems to be fairly arbitrary, that there were 4 tribes in the southeast. Anyway, I was getting a bit Game of Thrones. Outside the off-stump, but actually true, outside the... Sorry, I don't want to spoil that for Game of Thrones fans, but I gather that is a work of fiction. The Cantiachi tribe. Canterbury is named after, apparently. Given more air by Denley. A push into the onside by to Logan, and there's no run. I'm just very aware, Peter, as soon as I get into any sort of long description, the final wicket will fall, or Barnes will hit the 6, and they'll be, oh. Fielder moving. Matt Milnes had come in from the leg side, so Gould has told Denley to slow down. 2 slips in behind Billings and a batsman as well, straight back at the bowler. Goes down low to try and stop it. I don't think it was a catching opportunity. I think it bounced well before it got to him. It's going very, very low. So a few slamming doors beneath us. Denley, again air given, and Barnes blocks it out. End of the over, the 37th of the innings, 169 for 9.
Leicestershire do have a sort of suspended sentence hanging over them, as you may be aware, in terms of what might loosely be termed incidents involving dissent or things that have upset the umpires and what have you. Offences, I suppose. So
Yeah.
I guess if you're going to trigger it, you might as well trigger it this season rather than next. But
Yeah, clearly very disappointed with the decision, to say that the very least, was Chris Wright there. So Will Davis to face Milnes, 169 for 9, Leicestershire. Milnes bundling in bowls to Davis. Smart defensive shot. Straight back past the bowler. And up to Denley at mid-off. 4 slips in behind Davis. And then Logan at point. Not got anyone on the boundary, have they? Oh, deep fine leg they've got. Out there. Looks like Gilchrist is fielding there as Milnes comes in searching for his 7th wicket and a 10-wicket haul for the match. It's up in the air where it goes to Denley, just over the top of Joe Denley at mid-off. He tried to set himself to catch it, didn't he? You could see him thinking, can I get underneath this? And then had to turn at the last moment over his head. Davis gets 2. It was a little bit of a miss-hit from Davis, looking to work it further into the offside, and ended up pulling it just over Denley's head for 2. 171 for 9. Did he say lovely reactions, Joey, there, Sam Billings? Wasn't being ironic, was he? Here's Milnes. Nicely steered through the offside. That's a long chase for James Logan, and Davis will come back for 2. 173 for 9, Leicestershire.
he does have ability, Will Davis, with the bat. Just doesn't show it too often. Remember him. Best of 39 not out.
So he certainly showed it with those 2 shots. Very good indeed. Here's Milnes coming in to bowl to him now. Shorter ball pulled away. Lovely shot that. 4 runs just behind square. And
Play shots like that.
I see he looks like a number 1, not number 11 when he plays shots like that, surely.
Absolutely clean as a whistle.
Yeah.
Sort of pull from chest height from a bowler who's taken, what is it now? 9 wickets in a fast bowler who's taken 9 wickets in the game.
Yeah, Milnes is certainly has been testing. 3 for 24 in the first innings and 6 for 37 so far in the second. 2 balls to come of his 10th over. Just moving Gilchrist a little bit around at deep fine leg. Balls now to Davis. Another good drive. That one has gone through Denley. Should have got behind that one, Denley, surely. But it's gone for 4 more runs. And he's been treated here. Milnes, he's gone for 12 off this over. And Davis, as you were saying, showing that he can bat very nicely indeed.
He's also finding, this is obviously his first visit to Matt Milnes to the Uptonsteel county ground, that he's very different bowling down the slight slope from the Bennett end to ploughing up the slope from the Pavilion end. And I can confirm, having bowled a few overs from we just a couple in a charity game from the Pavilion end, there is a very marked slope when you're trying to get up to the crease.
Changes your rhythm. Bowls to Davis there, drops that into the offside, takes a quick single and steals a strike. Well, he might. He batted so well during that over. He's on to 17. Barnes has 30, 182 for 9. Still trailing by 203 runs here, Leicestershire, and surely Kent are going to close out victory at some point, but there's been some proper stubbornness, particularly after lunch. Parkinson 17, Mike 70, Wright 22. And now 30 not out from Barnes, who scored 22 not out in the first innings, and 17 from Davis. As one of the batsmen is disrobing, Ed Barnes is just adjusting his thigh pads there. And Denley continues from this Bennett end. Interesting that they've taken Logan off, but they're persisting with Denley. As Logan took the 2 wickets, they've decided not to try him from the far end.
Davis will, I'm sure, try and whack a couple here.
It's up to Denley to do what he can. Oh, it's a good delivery. It's gone forward. That one's beaten him. Just gripped, turned away from the right-handed batsman, the leg spinner, through to Billings, and there is no run. It's a good start from Denley. Needs to be consistent though. Gives him some air, driven past him up towards mid-off. Fielded by Leaning there. A woof of approval.
Yeah, this one. I don't think the boys are here.
Oh no,
Bert and Fred and Norm.
There's a Kent fan who regularly brings his dog with him, assistant's dog. A ball chopped into the offside this time by Davis, quite deliberately, but single taken to mid-off. I think it's a black lab.
Does he bark when victory gets close?
I was going to say, I don't know, I've not heard him bark before, but
he's been very quiet this season,
yes. Insert your own punchline here. Quick single taken by Davis. We previously thought he was mute. Barnes 30.
Couldn't resist it.
Davis 18. I'm just setting them up for you. Denley over the wicket, gives this air, turns. Oh, it's been pushed. Well, I think it wasn't a catching opportunity. It's been it's nutmegged Zach Crawley though, and Darren Stevens thinks that's absolutely hilarious. As the as Big Crawley. Did it carry?
Let's see the replay. Please show the replay.
It certainly nutmegged him. Oh yeah, we're getting a replay here.
Right.
Is it catchable? Oh, it's looking near his bootstraps, that one. As a Denley bowls again. A push forward by Barnes into the over. Denley, a little bit frustrated, just hurls the ball back towards the stumps, and Billings takes it 187 for 9. He may have a bust to catch, who knows?
Unimpressed. Well, he had that unfortunate piece of fielding in the previous over, for which there was a little bit of chye-iking from the crowd, and now he's probably feels that Crawley might have made something of that. He's so tall, Crawley. It was a long old way down.
Just going to replay that now.
Couldn't quite get that. It's just the last ball of the over.
So,
Well,
yeah.
20 for 6 at lunch to 187
Yeah,
for 9, and
it's
it was still a long way from tea.
Great fight back.
Well.
Absolutely right.
Entertaining cricket all day. All match, frankly. All match.
It's moved along a pace. We haven't had many lulls in this one, have we? Milnes, 3 slips now behind Davis, having treated him to 13 for the previous over. Defends that.
Can I just point out the target is now less than 200?
Yeah, well, there we go. Psychological.
If it was less than 100, it could get quite interesting.
Well, quite so. Kent put on a couple of lengthy final wicket partnerships, haven't they? But not quite to that extent.
No.
It really would be extraordinary should we get there. Quite. Well, the dog agrees with me. 187 for 9. Milnes bowling to Davis. Takes this one on. Pulled away, all the way along the ground, through mid-wicket. That'll be 4. And he just looks really good, Will Davis, doesn't he? He's not loose to any deliveries here. That one has just been powered away. Pulled low through mid-wicket, absolutely safe. 4 runs. He moves on to 22.
I don't know what they had for lunch, or what was said to them during the luncheon interval. But whatever it was, it worked.
Yeah, showing some real character here. Milnes bowls to Davis. Thinks about that one. Does he withdraw the bat from it? Is it buys? Attempted run out the far end. It's certainly not going to reach the stumps. It's going to go wide. It is buys. There we are. Yeah, slower delivery. I think in the end Davis tried to get something on it. It's a little bit scruffy cricket after that. Bouncing towards the wicket keeper. Actually throw coming in towards the far end. Was well wide as Cox went round to grab the ball. Milnes then to Barnes, looking to drive. Thought it was looking like it was a straight drive on the offside of the stumps there, but perhaps just rolled the wrists over at the last minute.
I still think Logan would have been a better bet, really. Just okay, he might go for a few, but he's going to get one of them in the end. It's going to go up in the air in the end, if not, bowled or edged.
To be honest, Denley's probably troubling the batsman more than Milnes is at the moment. Sounds weird he took the last wicket, but that was a strange old dismissal. Cut away by Barnes, and that will be at least 2. Logan scrambles after it. They will get 2. 194 for 9.
33. The partnership for the last wicket has been worth in this game. So 3 decent last wicket partnerships. 2 for Kent. Spectacular one for Kent in the second innings, and 1 for Leicestershire.
Milnes then to Barnes. Oh, swing and a miss. That's gone through everything, and that's rattled to the boundary at a great pace from Milnes.
Billings not see it or something.
It haired down the leg side, didn't it? It was going at such a pace.
Between the batsman and the stumps,
I
I think. Did he get an edge, inside edge? Was there a signal? No, he's gone up to 40, so it must have been an inside edge.
Absolutely rattling past the stumps, that one as well.
Can't have missed them by more than a hair's breadth.
So watching the replay of this one from Milnes. Oof. Yeah. He's just looked around. He was looking over mid-wicket, Ed Barnes, wasn't he?
Yeah, he held the pose for a while as
and
well,
then suddenly
looking
looked
over
behind
mid-wicket,
him.
which rather fooled us, didn't it?
It's gone for 4. Not maybe in the way that you expected. Jack Leaning being brought on to bowl at the Bennett end then. And tea will be 10 past 4, is that right? I think it's an immovable feast, isn't it?
No, it's not the last day. So, but
I think when you're making up overs, is that right? You do.
Oh, okay.
I think. Maybe I'm wrong.
It's just having lost the 8, gained the 8, and then lost the 8. I'm not quite sure.
No. 43 remaining.
But Leicestershire past the halfway point.
Yeah,
with a wicket left.
Indeed, yeah, absolutely.
188 now needed to win.
Leg slip, short leg, leaning bowls, keeps low, very low. Davis, well, hits the ball against his own pad, I think there. Skewed out towards the offside, but not very far. that one. Ooh, yeah, shot along. That caught him a bit by surprise, Davis, but he doesn't look overly concerned. He'll drive at this one as well, trying to smash Leaning out of the attack, and that'll be 4. Gilchrist tries to get round to it from long on, but he has hit that very, very hard, has Will Davis. 4 more to him, and that's a 200 up for Leicestershire. And as you said, at 20 for 6, we didn't necessarily think we would be coming this way.
At 20 for 6 an hour and a half ago.
Yeah.
So we're still only 40 overs into the innings, and Fango kindly points out that with it being 9 down, they'll take the extra half hour
of course
before
they will. Yeah.
whatever happens. So they'll try and stay out there until, or until a wicket falls, if one does.
Billings adjusting the field. It's gone a bit flat for Kent, which seems bizarre, given that it's 202 for 9. But Leaning, lots of air given to that one. It's in the air. It bounces just before it gets to Stewart. He throws it in towards Leaning at the non-striker's end. Leaning gives him a look. I don't think he was particularly pleased with that one flying in, bouncing just before him as well. So, yeah, he's shaking the right hand, is Leaning. Not surprised either. That was coming at some force from Grant Stewart. He puts up a palm of apology to the Kent batsman now bowling. Crawley comes in. He's more in line with Stewart, but another close-ish fielder. Dragged a little bit down that one, Jack Leaning, but he just laid a mighty blow on the right paw, so maybe that's not surprising. Single taken though. Davis gets off strike. Barnes on strike now. 202 for 9. More to come. It's partnership going on, and Leaning reversed by Barnes, and that'll go for 4 runs behind square. And at the moment, well, the target's coming down. Ken aren't taking wickets.
You would not have predicted this at lunchtime, would you?
The first 6 down for 20, and since then it's basically, it's 100. The tail is 187 for 3. So it's not
5 and over.
Yeah, not bad work. Here's Leaning once again. Barnes dancing down the wicket. I think, if anything, as he squeezes the ball out on the offside, perhaps it's particularly because it's Leaning. These two have decided absolutely on attack against the Kent spinner. 207 for 9.
Quite a lot of the Leicestershire players are sitting on the benches in front of the sort of meet the dressing room area. I think they were essentially, they went down there at the fall of the 9th wicket because obviously they anticipated perhaps coming out to shake hands, etc., etc. But they can't move now. They're not allowed to move with things going quite so well because they're approaching a 50 partnership for the last wicket.
Which will be the second of the match.
Matt Cole continues to commentate.
Sorry about this, folks. Mills, bit of a rap on the pad. It's gone down the leg side. It is going to be leg by, says umpire Watts. And I'll certainly take you to 4 o'clock where
have to pop next door.
Well, usually when I leave the box, there's a wicket. So
yes, this is true.
We probably should have done that a while ago. Indeed, no, of course that wouldn't be good for Leicestershire, would it? But 208 for 9. Milnes shining the ball on his whites. Turns and bowls to Barnes now. Just cuts it to point, no run. Gentle cut, that one. Milnes looking for this 7th wicket and 10 for the match for the first time. What did he have at lunch? 5 for 8.
Yep, off 6.1 overs.
As you say, we weren't really thinking we would be here with Leicestershire 208 on the board. But some great innings. 70 from Ben Mike particularly. 44 now from Barnes. 27 from Davis. It's great last wicket stand too. And Barnes deflects that backward of point. And there's no run, fielded by Logan. And the crowd have mostly stuck around. It's not a big crowd today, but
it's been good news for the friends of Grace Road, whose cakes will have been devoured. They must have perhaps anticipated at lunch there wouldn't be too many people left around, but won't have made quite as much as on the first day. 690 quid, but
Milnes bowls to Barnes, goes for that one, ends up as, well, smearing it a little bit into the onside, but all the way along the ground for a single. And 2 to come of Milnes' over. I think we're getting very near the top of the area, aren't we?
we are. Squeeze in. Are you going to
I might
play
just
with fire and squeeze in the last 2? Or are you going
I'm going to squeeze one last ball, and
Okay.
it will be 59.35. It says on my clock here. We'll see how this goes. Milnes bowls to Davis on 27, defends that into the offside. And if Matt Milnes would just hurry up a bit. Mind you, if he does take a wicket, I won't have time to describe it. Let's just do this last one.
Right.
Unless Milnes decides to change his field.
They're deliberately. They know you're desperate now, and they're taking all the time in the world.
That's the way
It's
it
got a
works.
bit
isn't
dark
it?
again.
It has, yeah. Got a bit gloomy. Floodlights are on. Milnes bowling to Davis on 27 outside. Rather apologetic ball there. End of the over. 209 for 9, Leicestershire.
Matt, a relieved Matt is going to head next door to update BBC Radio Kent's FM frequency. As we've been saying throughout this game, every time he's done so, a wicket has fallen. The umpires just having a word with each other at the moment. The ground announcer reminding the spectators of that sort of extra half hour rule if only one wicket remains to be taken. So Jack Leaning, 1 over for 9, is going to be bowling to Ed Barnes with a slip, a leg slip and a short leg. In he goes, down the wicket goes Barnes, and then defends in the end, drops it out towards backward point, and there is no run. Heart in mouth time for Leicestershire supporters when he does that. Dances down the wicket, could easily be a stumping. Down he goes again, and he's driving this time, but he's got plenty of it. Away over extra cover it goes, and then bounces over the ropes for 4. Ed Barnes moves on to 49, approaching his second first class 50, but he has brought up the 50 partnership, 52 runs. Ed Barnes 23 of them, Will Davis 27 of them, 52 partnership for the last wicket. Leicestershire on to 213, just 173 now needed for the win. Leaning is going to try around the wicket to Barnes. No change to the field. In he goes and bowls. Barnes is down the wicket, and that is the run he needs for his 50. He's played it beautifully timed, actually. He's going to pick up 4. It was no more than a push out through the covers, but it has fairly raced away for 4. Ed Barnes scores his first half century in front of his new home crowd. 53 to him off 54 balls. He has hit 7 4s and 1 6. Leaning is in to him again. He's beaten outside his off stump. Billings takes the ball, whips off the bails, but Barnes' back foot was still firmly in his crease. 217 for 9. Leaning in. Down the wicket goes Barnes, driving again for more. Getting to the pitch of it, essentially. Going around the wicket, bowling this sort of, I think it's a sort of leg spin from Leaning. Outside off stump, without anybody in the covers. I understand you're trying to get the batsman to drive, but if he's prepared to use his feet and get to the pitch of it, then it is an absolute gift each time. And indeed, Robinson has come out of the leg slip area and he's gone out to the cover boundary. In goes Leaning back over the wicket. Barnes uses his feet again, gets to the ball on the full, looking to drive, but he's picked out Denley at deepish, mid off. It is a sort of off spin, I beg his pardon, from Leaning. Figures given for Ed Barnes. not his best yet by a long chalk. Would have been a couple of months ago, but as I say, he made that 83 not out against Somerset at Taunton and would pretty much certainly have gone on to get 100. He was batting so well, but the rains came and the players shook hands on that last day in Taunton. Harry Swindles was on a big score as well, 171 not out at the time. 2-2-1 for 9. Denley's going to have a go from the pavilion end, and Matt Cole is back with us.
Well, that's very gracious of you, Richard, but Denley to Davis just edges a little bit into the offside, and there's no run. So I was assuming you were giving me the favour of the over there, but very gracious of you to let me back on. 2-2-1 for 9.
Right.
But, it's Denley to Davis. There's lots of air blocked out by Davis this time, and there's no run. But yeah, it's not exactly the triumphant romp to victory that Kent expected at 20 for 6. They've done good work here, Leicestershire. They're scratching their heads trying to find a way to get a last wicket here as Denley comes over the wicket and dug out again from a full length by Davis. 27 for him from 25 balls. It's all supercars round this way, you know. Here's Denley then to Davis, gives it flight again, driven up towards Denley, who is that Denley?
He's bowling.
Sorry, it can't be Denley, can it? Bowling as well as fielding. Crikey. Oh, lovely delivery. That one turned and bounced through to the wicket-keeper, surprised Davis. No, it's Zach Crawley, of course, isn't it, just below us here. I was just looking at the number, and yeah, I'm losing my direction a bit like Kent at the moment this afternoon. Here's Denley down the leg side, tries to thunder it over the boundary at square leg, does Will Davis, ends up sort of dropping into the top of his pads, really.
It is really dark now. I'm just wondering whether the umpires have said to Billings that, you know, if you're not going to bowl spinners, we're going to have to take you off here. But they could go off for tea now. It's again, it's a little bit. It's been like this throughout the game, hasn't it? Sort of, the clouds have closed in a little bit around tea time, and
Logan is going to come back on from the far end, which makes sense, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
The seams haven't really worked, have they? It's not flattening out, I don't think, but it's fairly straightforward for Barnes and Davis. Logan wants to give them something to think about. Just a single slip in now. Much more defensive than it was. Barnes. Ooh, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Milnes has come sprinting in from the boundary. Doesn't actually pick up the ball. In that time, Barnes and Davis more or less had a full conversation about whether they're taking the run or not. They decided not to, so Milnes' sprint in is in vain.
200 runs in the session.
Crikey, yes. Yeah. 2-2-1 for 9. And they're going along at a run rate of exactly 5 at the moment. Not a required rate, 1.2. Not quite sure what that refers to.
Overs left, as in...
Oh, I see, sorry. That's cut away by Barnes to the offside, and they'll take a single.
In terms of the target, there are it's somewhat superfluous.
I see if they
but
have all the overs available.
Exactly.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, so they don't need to hurry. Is that what we're saying? 2-2-2 for 9. One of this over so far. Davis facing Logan. Goes for this one up in the air. It'll fall safe. One bounce. That's side-armed in. That's a great piece of work from Matt Milnes. Running around, trying to get to the catch. One bounce, then just side-armed it into to Billings. Very accurate throw.
I think we can say Billings is frustrated at the moment because he absolutely whipped the bails off so hard, knowing that Davis was back in his ground.
Yeah.
But the bails went 3/4 of the way down the pitch.
Just wanting a bit of intensity here, and frustrated by this final pair. Logan round the wicket to Davis, thumps it in straight into the ground, and then almost hits Denley in the shins. He managed to get his hands to it before it did that. Actually, it might have hit his shins already before he got his hand up to defend himself. Just limping a little bit away from this. Last ball, Logan around the wicket to Davis, goes to it again, driven out into the offside, and it'll be Robinson who will field, and that'll be the end of the over. And Billings just drops it angrily at the bowler's end for the next over. It'll be Joe Denley, 2-2-3 for 9, and I quite understand it really. It does feel they're just being not just stymied, but they're being properly frustrated here by a really stubborn last wicket partnership. But actually, stubborn doesn't really do it justice. They played some really good shots as well, these two.
Well, if they keep scoring at this rate, they're going to win it today.
Well, quite.
200 runs off the session, plus 203 runs off the session.
Denley over the wicket to Davis, cuts that. Oh, Billings pretends to throw it in the air and almost had me fooled. Doesn't take much.
There's still 37.5 overs to be bowled. They only need 163 to win.
Well, yeah. It'll be finished today, whatever happens then. It squirts away from the outside edge and the weather closes in.
Yeah, that's
single taken.
Yeah, that's the other thing, because it is dark. It is dark.
And the Kent captain, and I'm sure supporters, players would have thought 20 for 6 for lunch. At lunch. They'd be home by mid-afternoon, or getting on the road by mid-afternoon. Oh, Barnes has tried to flick that into the onside, wandered up the pitch. The ball has stayed exactly where his feet were, and fortunately he got back before Billings could get in front of the stumps and grab the ball.
He's going to be out. It looks like he's going to be out stumped almost, doesn't it, when he charges down?
As you say, he's charging in. Just a little nudge into the offside. Neat 1-2. Stewart field, single taken. It's 2-5 for 9. And Denley with his partnership now at, is it 64?
161, yes, so 64.
Yeah. This one's defended into the onside as well. Denley goes back for the last ball of the over now, bowling just back in his creases. Davis on 29, Barnes has 59, and Leicestershire 2-5 for 9, still going here at Grace Road on the third afternoon on BBC Radio Leicester and BBC Radio Kent with Matt Cole and Richard Ray. And I think we should abandon this tactic. I think we're going to have to take an over each here, Richard. This is getting ridiculous.
Yes,
you've been very kind.
It's all right.
But as it stretches on,
it could go on for.
Yeah.
You could still be commentating at lunchtime tomorrow, basically.
I was going to say.
But if you are, the game, as you said, will have been over one way or the other. 161.
Very gloomy out there.
It terribly is. It really is, I should say. In goes Logan and bowls. Forward goes Barnes, pushing the ball back up the pitch to the Yorkshireman. Picks up, reaches out to his right.
Think about protecting the fielders as well, the umpires, haven't they, in terms of the light, but...
Logan bowls. Forward goes Barnes without getting to the pitch of it, and it sort of hits the bat quite high up. It's in the air for a while, but there are no close fielders other than Stevens at slip. It really is dark now as Logan is in, tosses it up. Forward goes Barnes again. It's sort of played in the air. Silly point? Silly mid-off? He's kind of plunging forward, and it's a few feet in the air off the bat, but Billings makes no changes. He just tells Zach Crawley to go back a few feet at deepish mid-on as in goes Logan. Getting to the pitch of it just about, rather almost trips himself up. Ed Barnes there clips it out towards Jordan Cox at mid-wicket. No run. Logan with that right hand gesture goes in and bowls slightly wide, driving without any really aggressive intent is Barnes, steering it out towards Leaning, who's padded up on the cover boundary, and he takes one. Barnes, he moves on to 60 of 67 balls.
Gilchrist warming up just to our left.
As Logan goes in, back goes Davis and chops it aggressively out into the offside. Leaning again is called into action. A single is taken. And yeah, I don't think Kent are finding this amusing anymore, if they ever were. 2 runs off the over, 227 for 9. The number of runs in the session is now 207. 3 wickets have fallen. But it is very, very dark out there. 36 remain to be bowled in the day. We would have gone off for tea some time ago. How many more will we get? 2 more overs, do you think? Before they will go off for tea.
Yeah. Here's Denley to Davis. Davis pulls it on the back foot. Good stop by Robinson. He's fielding it cover at mid-wicket. No, I've got that wrong. That's leaning actually at mid-wicket. As Denley over the wicket then to Davis. Goes for a smear and it's gone into the offside eventually. He'd gone for, sorry, not for a smear, he'd gone for a sweep over leg side and it's ended up rebounding, I think, maybe off pad outside the leg stump to into the offside behind the wicket. Denley, quicker delivery. Davis trying to get forward, no run into the offside this time.
He too is approaching his first class career best, which is 39 not out.
So all the firsts in this game. And so Denley bowls to Davis, goes for this one, it's up in the air, it'll go for 6. It's spectators taking cover, haven't quite picked that one up. On the leg side boundary, Robinson goes after it. And it's tossed back to him, he takes it down on the instep and kicks it across the outfield. Vuvuzela salutes that maximum. Davis 36, Barnes has 60.
One more of those will give Davis more than his, well, better than his first class best.
Denley, having received a cleaned ball from umpire Watts, bowls to Davis. Swing and a miss. Just outside off stump as he goes for that one on the back foot, trying to drive it through the offside. No run. 2, 3, 3 for 9. Leicestershire 152 in arrears, but this has been quite last wicket partnership. And blocked out by Davis, and that final ball very gloomy now, as we said. It's been a gloomy old match in terms of the weather, but an exciting one for what's been on the field. But Leicestershire still going. 2, 3, 3 for 9. 60 for Barnes, 36 for Davis. And this final wicket partnership is now at 72.
It's just not something you would have predicted at lunch. You wouldn't have given Leicestershire much more than half an hour perhaps, the way they played in that morning session.
Well, there's a precedent. I was looking at the last wicket record for Leicestershire.
I think that's worth a shout. Go on then.
238, is that?
Against
28.
Kent?
Not against Kent, against
Okay.
Northants.
It might be.
Messrs Illingworth and Higgs.
We can find out.
In 1977, there you go. It's possible, double century final partnership.
What their record is.
That is
against
going to be exciting.
Kent, though. That is on the list as in goes James Logan and bowls. Ed Barnes just leans forward and strokes it out through the vacant mid-off area out towards long off, and the single is taken. Just the slip as the close catcher as Logan goes in and bowls to Davis this time, who leans forward and blocks it out to Joe Denley, who's very village style, wearing his sweater tied around his waist.
Oh yeah. Don't see much.
Don't think I've ever seen that in first class cricket. I honestly don't think I've seen that. In goes Logan, bowls, and Davis is forward, defending that one.
So if they were to put on another 150, yeah, they'd have won it. So a record, yeah, a record last wicket stand here, all-time record would get them the victory. There we are, just about.
Logan bowls. Davis blocks it out. There's an inquiry In terms of LBW from Logan of umpire Gould, it is not answered in the affirmative. Logan bowls. Davis hits it hard down into the ground and then examines his bat curiously, as though surprised that for once it didn't result in a successful shot. Partnership records. Highest partnerships by Leicestershire against Kent, as Logan bowls and Davis blocks comfortably enough for the 10th wicket. It's 122, and really we should know all about that because it wasn't so very long ago, between Lewis Hill and Callum Parkinson at Canterbury in 2017.
Oh, there we go. Well, it's a little bit becalmed for Kent, but Leicestershire still batting. So that's the next landmark is the 122 against Kent. If they beat the existing last wicket record of 228, that'll more or less take them to victory. That's all they have to do. These two, 2, 3, 4 for 9.
That's all. There'd be another new ball before then. Excuse me. I would have
where are
just
we now?
about
49.
49.
Yeah. Nathan Gilchrist, he was warming up earlier. He's going to replace Denley at this end. So I'm assuming the umpires have put no barrier on Kent using the quicks here. So it's been a gloomy old match in terms of overhead conditions. Floodlights very much in full effect here, but something different for these batsmen to face. So still 30 overs until new ball is available.
But talking about record last wicket partnerships between these counties,
as Gilchrist bowls to Barnes on the back foot, drives that away. That's going to be 4, isn't it? There's not a fielder there, just out of my view, behind the pillar there. It's 4 runs, yeah. We move on to 2, 3, 8 for 9, and Barnes on a 65.
that last wicket record partnership for Kent against Leicestershire, the record has been broken twice in this match. In the first innings by Messrs Leaning and Logan, who put on 68, which was a record. And what was it earlier today?
It was
More than 68, wasn't it?
Yeah, Stevens and Logan. Yeah. Here's Gilchrist, pulled away low by Barnes, whipped away, 4 runs. It's a low pull, that one. Well, batting has not been straightforward on this pitch, I think it's fair to say. But Ed Barnes and Will Davis making it look pretty much procedural here.
Yeah, 71 it was for the last wicket, so twice it's been broken in this game. Highest partnership for Kent's 10th wicket against Leicestershire.
So 144 to win, as you were saying, Richard. They're going at this rate, then the result will be today, whatever happens. Whether Kent take the last wicket or an absolute miracle happens. Here is Gilchrist then bowling to Barnes. Just angles that out towards the offside boundary. Jordan Cox it is who comes in halfway. Wide bit of playing surface. And they have one more, 9 off this over. And you have to say, as a fielding captain here, I'm not quite sure what you do. You keep rotating your bowlers, hope for a bit of luck, it seems, at this point, because these two don't seem to be shakeable. 70 for Barnes, 36 for Davis. But this is a last wicket partnership. You'd think at some point you get there'd be a little glimmer of light.
They 143
I mean,
they can't.
They really shouldn't, but there's that's it. If they do, this will be one definitely to remember. Gilchrist to Davis, who said is looking at as much an opening batsman as the number 11. Blocks it into the offside, no run. Mills just shining the ball in his shirt. He's taken 6 so far and 5 for 8 at lunch. Just to remind you, or just to tell you if you're just joining us, 20 for 6 Leicestershire were at lunch. And we're expecting, in short order, Kent would have been winning it just after the interval, but we're still here at 4:24 with Leicestershire 2-4-3 for 9, shorter from Gilchrist, and that actually ends up at mid-wicket with Leaning for just a single. I thought for a moment that had been dispatched for 4 as well. End of the over, 10 off it, and this partnership extending to 83 between these two. Davis 37, Barnes at 70, and I've got to admit, when Ben Mike went, there was some entertaining hitting from Mike at 128 for 8. I very much thought we were done, but for perhaps a handful of overs. But Leicestershire have proved much better than that, and it's a bottom heavy batting lineup here, isn't it, from the scores? Everyone after lunch has made double figures, and no one before had.
What a day's cricket it has been. Remember, we had this morning Darren Stevens' extraordinary unbeaten century as well. James Logan will continue from the Bennett end. 2 slips behind Will Davis as Logan goes in. Bowls to him. He is stretching forward. Staffordshire man defending that one out into the offside. Picked up by Jordan Cox at shortish extra cover. It was by the time he picked the ball up. Logan bowls, tosses it up, goes for the huge swing. It misses, and it misses everything. Taken by Billings. I suspect that was fairly close to being above the stumps when he took it. Certainly it was by the time he'd finished moving, Billings. Logan. There was no real excitement, that said, except up here. Goes in and bowls. Flatter, quicker delivery. It's cut out. He's going to have to hurry if the throw hits. It might have been very close indeed. It didn't. Billings had to take it. Flicked off the bail, but by the time he'd done so, Barnes had made his ground. Stevens looked slightly nonplussed at first slip. I'm just wondering whether Billings sort of took that in front of the stumps, and I don't think the throw would have hit.
No, I
think it bounced above them.
I think you're right. I think it took it slightly in front of the stumps. Did whip a bail off eventually.
Logan is in to Barnes, who is playing it firmly up the pitch on the onside, but only as far as mid-on. For I think almost the first time in his innings, Barnes balls have overtaken runs scored, 70 off 72. Otherwise, he's been pretty much run a ball all the way through. In goes Logan, goes back, bowls down the leg side, might just have flicked a pad. It's going to run down towards fine leg to the boundary for 4. No, didn't flick the pad, didn't take anything. Billings can't believe that. It's been given as byes. I thought that flicked a pad on the way, which is why essentially Billings wasn't able to take it. But umpire Gould has raised, as far as the wicketkeeper is concerned, the hand of doom, and says it's 4 byes, and Billings looks disgusted. Perhaps it's with himself. Stevens is looked to flick the pad, and in goes Logan and bowls. That's a good delivery that slightly confuses Barnes. Wasn't sure whether to go forward or back. Managed to jab it off the stumps in the end. Out into the offside end of the over. Well, the fact that Logan actually started to go up for the appeal, for the leg before appeal, would imply that that one that went down the leg side very definitely hit the pads. But there you go, which is why Billings was nonplussed. I think we could best describe that by the decision. There's been some rumhole decisions in this game.
Yeah.
2-4-9 for 9.
It's been interesting. Gilchrist still playing a furrow at the pavilion end. Bowls to Davis. Davis chops past his stumps. That'll go for 4. Inside edge. And Billings' reaction, an absolute picture of frustration from the wicket-keeper and captain. And that's a 250 up now for Leicestershire. They were 20 for 6. They're 250 for 9. Incredible stuff. And proper round of applause now from the Leicestershire fans, and perhaps one or two of them just thinking, could we? 133 to win? No, surely not. But just could we? Gilchrist then to Davis. Edges behind, does he? He does! And that is the end. Any hope extinguished. Nathan Gilchrist takes his first wicket of the match, and it's the final one of the game. Leicestershire 2-5-3 for 9, and Kent win it by 132 runs here at Grace Road. It's a muted celebration, had to wait a long time for it, a big last wicket stand, real character shown by the Leicestershire tail, but Kent finally have their first county championship victory of the season at the 11th time of asking on the third day here at Grace Road. Fascinating day. Darren Stevens scoring 100 earlier on today, 107 not out, then 6 wickets in total for Matt Milnes, but 5 before lunchtime. But then Leicestershire, having been 20 for 6, fought back and some. Ben Mike with 70, Wright with 22, Barnes with 70 not out as well, and Will Davis with a very, very good 42 indeed. They come off at the end. Finally, they got that wicket, and Kent can, go into hugs with each other, and probably pretty weary come off after this victory. Leicestershire, their tail has given them a lot of pride, I think, today, Richard, after being more or less steamrollered before lunch.
Yeah, just an extraordinary day's cricket, really, one way or another. Talk about wild swings. Kent then win by 132 runs. Many congratulations to Kent, their first championship win of the season. And the players shaking hands now in front of they're sort of waving at each other, essentially. They're in a socially distanced way. They're not apparently allowed to even shake hands, so they're thumbs up to each other, and the umpires going to congratulate, or at least speak to, the ground staff. They are actually giving each other fist bumps. A smiling, relieved Kent side leave the pitch, as I say, having won by 132 runs. 109 and 253 Leicestershire's scores in the innings. Kent made in their first innings. In the end, they made 261, and that was the second innings. Getting mixed up, I think, a little bit here. Going through my notes, 232 and 261. So a lot of entertaining cricket played, but that first innings of Leicestershire in the end made all the difference. 109 all out, and I'm going to hang on talking because I'm going to be updating BBC Radio Leicester via BBC Radio Nottingham in just a few moments' time. But thank you so much for your company in the meantime. I hope you've enjoyed our ball-by-ball commentary brought to you. Matt Cole and Richard Ray have been your commentators. BBC Radio's Kent and Leicester. Leicester are at Derby next week. I think just the first day, I think, is on the Sunday, I think so. Hopefully there'll be half as much entertainment as there has been in this game. But thanks for all your messages and texts and emails and tweets. It's been a lot of fun. Area, in goes Stevens and bowls. Got that one a little bit wrong, and it came out of the back of his hand. Don't know quite what he was trying to do, but he overpitched
A shot from Ben Mike. He's played that twice, that shot, hasn't he? Through wide of long on. And again, so Milnes to Mike, bowls short there and sits up a little bit. Mike deals with it. 4 runs, hooked away from under his 9 minutes in. So Milnes to Mike, pulls that away, and that'll be 4 runs. Lovely shot.
Stevens bowls. Mike goes for the big hit and connects very straight indeed, all the way for 6. Wicket goes Parkinson and lofts him high over mid-on. It's going to bounce away over the ropes down to
Gilchrist to Mike, smears that one through the offside, and definitely attacking it. That'll be 4 runs
for 6. as Mike chops that last ball of Grant Stewart's over. He's got any. In goes Stewart, and beautifully straight driven, on driven for 4. Glorious shot, absolutely glorious. As Stewart is in, bowls a bouncer. Mike pulls him around the corner for 4. Hook pull. In fact, 2/3 of the way back to the boundaries he goes in, and Mike goes for it straight away, and I'm not sure. In he goes, and again he should be stumped, and he's caught because he went for the big hit. He danced down the wicket. As Logan goes in, bowls to Mike, who hits in the air. How far is it going to go? It's going to drop short of the boundary. Barnes, who goes back and late cuts beautifully down to the third man boundary. Gilchrist's pursuit is energetic. Got over 3,000 first class runs, Chris Wright. In goes Gilchrist and bowls to Mike, who off the front foot slaps it back and bowls a bouncer that is top edge down to fine leg. 1 bounce for 4. He went for the pull, Ben Mike, but it was a little bit of a top.
Wide of the crease. Mike goes for this one. It's up in the air. Will it be caught? It will. That's a great catch from Jack Leaning. That is.
Denley bowls a full toss that Wright whips away. I'd do the running if I was you. I'm not sure it's going to go. It does. Just the
toes there coming in. So Logan, full toss, or made into full toss by Wright, and he bludgeons that. Well, actually, that's not fair. It's not really a bludgeon. Well, they're closing in victory there in Division 1. Big shot, that one. Down the ground. There's no long on.
Bowls and slapped by Barnes back over mid on. Gilchrist turns and watches as it sails over the road. Goes scampering in and bowls to Wright, who's driving thick outside edge along the ground through 4th stroke 5th slip. It goes. Logan having gone off. In goes Milnes. Bowls a bouncer. Wright tries to hook it. He's top edged it, and no, it's gone.
Liking. Aggressing on it. Milnes then bowls. It's thickish outside edge, but well kept down by Will Davis. It'll go out for at least full length delivery and fully back over Denley's head for 4 runs. 1 bound to bowl to him now. Shorter ball pulled away. Lovely shot that. 4 runs just behind square. And at deep fine leg. Bowls now to Davis. Well, I think it wasn't a catching opportunity. It's been it's nutmegged Zach Crawley though, and Darren Stevens thinks that's absolute. To Davis, takes this one on, pulled away all the way along the ground through mid wicket. That'll be 4. And 2 Barnes. Oh, swing and a miss. That's gone through everything. And that's rattled to the boundary at great pace from Milnes. This one as well, trying to smash Leaning out of the attack, and that'll be 4. Gilchrist tries to get round to it from long on, but he has hit that Barnes, and that'll go for 4 runs behind square. And at the moment,
down he goes again, and he's driving this time, but he's got plenty of it. Away over extra cover it goes, and then down the wicket, and that is the one he needs for his 50. He's played it beautifully timed, actually. He's going to pick up 4. It was no more than a push. Wicket goes Barnes driving again for more. Getting to the pitch of it, essentially. Going round the wicket.
Balls to Davis, goes for this one. It's up in the air. It'll go for 6. It's spectators taking cover. Haven't quite. So Gilchrist bowls to Barnes on the back foot. Drives that away. That's going to be 4, isn't it? It's not a field. Gilchrist pulled away low by Barnes. Whipped away. 4 runs. Pavilion end. Bowls to Davis. Davis chops past his stumps. That'll go for 4. Inside edge, and Billings' reaction, an absolute picture of frustration.